Everyone's all over the place, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Back to Malaysia.
I welcome you to day 2, all right, of this program. We're going to be touching on corporate governance and standard operating procedures. Okay. For the benefit of everyone, I will not only speak in English, I will also speak in bahasa campur-campur. Boleh tak?
Boleh.
Okay. All right. If you have any questions, I just want your cooperation. Don't post the questions just yet. Okay. Don't post the questions. You write down the questions and keep first. I will finish by 9:45 or before 10. The last half an hour, kita buat Q&A. Okay. Okay. Kalau tak, I will be receiving a lot of questions and then tak terjawab pula. So better if we just go through whatever we need to go through first, and then we can have our discussion at the end. Are you all okay with it? Right. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Yes,
Thank
okay.
you. Thanks. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going in proper. I'm going to share the slides with you guys. Screen. Okay. So day 2 is on corporate governance and SOPs. Now, we're going to do a little bit of research to find out what is exactly corporate governance is all about. For those of you who find that this is something new, let's find out what this is and why this is so important in any organization, right? All right. So we're talking about the definition of corporate governance. We talk about a set of systems, right? Maybe you already have a set of systems that you currently use in your company or even with the establishment that you have set up, processes and principles which ensures that a company is governed in the best interest of all the stakeholders. It means that you're doing things in a very systematic and organized manner. Okay? It is a system by which the companies are directed. How does the company head? In which direction are you going and how is it being controlled? Controlled, managed, you can use these words because we need to know how the company is actually functioning. Okay, it must have a direction. Can I just ask all of you, I'm sure all of you have got your own visions for your company, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Why do you think it's important to have a mission and a vision?
For me, because I want my team to know where the direction that we are going as a company, as a business, so it provides like general value, the same value throughout the organization.
Fantastic. Anyone else? Contributions, please. Why the mission? Why the vision? What's the purpose of it?
To ensure that what we do is very clear, so we do not divert ourselves to other places or other directions. We are not being they call it being disturbed by other situations. Yeah.
Fantastic. Anyone else wants to say any other contributions from anybody else? Why the need for it?
To create a structure, a vision points towards a direction that you can be certain with that you're trying to achieve, and you can convey that message to your team.
Fantastic, Harry. Now, you see, the thing is this. You can actually run a company without a mission and a vision. You can do it. But what will happen is that even you as a proprietor of the business, as the owner of the business, his leg. Okay, what is this?
个时候要叫你去报名 Esther 那边你没有报，所以你这个是接不上我们这边的。
Okay, sorry about that. Right, okay. What I was saying earlier is that even without a mission and a vision, a company can possibly progress, it can go forward. But the only thing what will happen is that after some time, there will be no vision. There will be no direction for you to head in. That is why it is so important to have the company mission and vision. That is beyond reasonable doubt. Okay. Of course, we are also promoting a corporate fairness. Our company culture is very important. Don't you agree with me? Because I think most of us realize the fact that the company corporate culture, whatever that you have, that determines how the organization is going to move forward. So promoting corporate fairness, transparency, it is so important. This is something that we're going to be touching on most today, and accountability. Accountability is taking responsibility for what you do, even if it is right or even if it is wrong. Okay, you have to take responsibility for it, not pointing fingers and transferring the responsibility to someone else. So if we're going to go on and we're going to say that good corporate governance is simply good business. If you want to do business well, you must have good corporate governance. So you must have a lot of things in place. It's not only mission, vision, but your processes, your procedures, your method of doing work, even the simple basic things like getting to work on time. Okay, observing your lunch breaks from maybe 12 to 1 or 1 to 2, not wasting time. You're very lean in your practices. This is good governance. All right, and this will ensure a good business. Adequate disclosures and effective decision making to achieve corporate objectives. So you can only disclose what needs to be disclosed, not everything. We don't tell everyone everything. And even if you disclose certain things, you have to disclose it only to the right people as well. And your decision making must be effective. We don't just simply make decisions. Think things thoroughly through before you make a decision. Look at what are the implications like. Weigh your options before you make a decision. And make sure whatever that you're doing, you have the corporate objective in your mind. And most importantly, I'm going to repeat this and I'm going to repeat this over and over again today, your customer. Because without your customer, there is no point of having any business. There is no use for corporate governance if you don't have customers. So keep your customers in mind. They are the ones who are actually going to determine whether you run a business or not. Transparency in your business transactions. Let's do things the ethical way. Be transparent about the way you do business. If we notice a lot of organizations, even whether they are small or medium or even MNCs, large companies, we notice today we read a lot of stuff where companies get into issues because of transparency. So bear in mind that even if you are a small company, it doesn't matter. Make sure you're transparent, you're ethical in the way you do business. Statutory and legal compliances, this is also something that I will be doing with you tomorrow, but I can tell you a little bit about this. You have got legal things that you have to follow. Of course, you have to register your company with SSM. You have to look into renewals. You know where to display your SSM certification. You need an operating license, even submission of accounts, deadlines, paying of tax, all these things, and even contributing to EPF, SOXO, income tax payments. All these things are legal. They're binding. So you have to ensure that all these things are done. Protection of your shareholders' interests. Yeah, of course, if you have shareholders, please remember that you have to take care of them because they have somehow invested and you have to protect them. Commitment of values and ethical conduct of business. Today is very challenging because if you look around, a lot of businesses are struggling to survive. But does that mean that they're going to actually compromise on their values and ethical ways of doing things? No, they're still committed. But the way of doing things today it has changed. We are practicing the new normal, so it's not the same anymore. So this is where we are also challenged quite a bit. All right, so keep this in mind. This is a very interesting area to actually go into. So later you can even ask questions, concerning this, no issues. Corporate governance and codes. Of course, we are talking about rules, a set of rules, regulations and codes that need to be followed. Now, who sets these regulations and codes? You do it. Okay, you do it. You can come up with a set of rules or principles or standards. You can come up with it. But if you are going for ISO endorsement or ISO certification, then of course you have to follow ISO standards. But in any case, if you are just starting off or you've been in operations for the last couple of years and you're just going on, it is always vital to have good rules and regulations in place and codes that you can actually follow. Why? Until and unless you set it up, no one else is going to be able to follow anything. Everybody is going to be all over the place if you don't have proper regulations to be followed. As what I said earlier, if we look at HR, there is a need for everybody to be at work. Let's say work starts at 8 o'clock. People need to be at their workstation at 8 o'clock, not clocking in at 8 o'clock. This is a mindset that a lot of people struggle with also. They say work starts at 8. Yeah, so you need to be at your workstation at 8 o'clock. But you definitely need to be at work much earlier. So looking back, these are regulations, codes that you have to follow. Okay. Of course, I'm not going to read everything. I'm just going to explain to you what's important in it. Malaysia is no different. We have got our own corporate governance practices, right? And it's no different than anything else. It is tailored, okay, to the needs of Malaysian companies. Maksud dia senang sahaja, okay. Whatever best practices yang kita ada ni, okay, whether it's for international standards or whether it's for local, kita just adjust according to what the Malaysian companies need. We just follow that. So this is important to be taken into consideration also. Extensive amendments of laws, rules, and regulations to reinforce the regulatory framework have been carried out. Of course, our laws in this country, our rules, our regulations is not the same with other countries. So when you make amendments, sometimes extensive amendments need to be done. You have to do quite a bit. Sometimes it's just minor things. Like you see, the acts that are here may not be the same as what you find in America. So you have to adjust. Okay, so keep this in mind. These are things that you also need to know. So having gone through that initial bit of what corporate governance is, now we're going to look at why is it so important to have corporate governance. We talk about shaping the growth and future of capital market and the economy. If you have got good corporate governance, okay, if companies actually practice this, the growth and the future, if you're looking at future capital markets, the economy itself will be good. All right. It's an instrument of investors' protection. Yeah. Because if your corporate governance is in place, your method of doing work will be, I won't say perfect, but you'll be almost there. All right. Protecting the interests of shareholders and all other stakeholders. Later today, you will also see the difference between who's a shareholder and who's a stakeholder. What difference, do they have? Contributes to the efficiency of the business enterprise itself. Okay, because it's an efficient way of doing business. I think you and I will also feel the same way if we take into consideration, we would like to do business with companies who are ethical, who are transparent in the way they do work, and you also get value for whatever that is being done. I'm quite sure most of you will agree with me on that. Okay, so we look at the efficiency of the business, all right? Creation of wealth. This wealth is actually for whom? This wealth is actually going towards all those who are running these businesses and those who are benefiting from it as well. It's not just one party benefiting. As I said, keep the customer in mind, right? All the time, every time. It enables the firm to compete internationally in a sustained way. Now, if we talk about firms that are competing today, I'm sure all of you, whether you run your own business or or you're planning to start something, the thought pattern is pretty simple. You don't want to look at it only from a local mindset. You want to look at it from an international mindset. So even if we think locally, we need to act globally. That's very important. I'm repeating this. You can write it down and keep it if you want to. You can think locally, but when you act, you have to act globally or internationally, because if you want to sustain in a bigger scale, you want to see sustainability, reliability, you want to be there out there in the forefront, you need to change the way you do business. But always keep in mind, corporate governance, the way you do things must be there. Keeps an eye on the issues of insider training. Okay, so what insider training are we talking about? Sometimes we get people who are wanting to do certain things on their own. So this kind of things actually keeps track, okay, of preventing people from wanting to do anything internally, and any issues that are going on within the organization. You don't split away from it. You are quite clear and you see the direction of where you're heading as well, right? So just keep in mind, there are lots of other things also. It's not only limited to this, but for today we will just look at these important areas. So what benefits do you think we will get in doing corporate governance? Good governance, good corporate governance ensures corporate success and economic growth, as what was mentioned earlier. There's investors' confidence. Today, because it's quite challenging, investors' confidence is lacking a little bit. But I'm sure all of you who are reading and you are finding out what's actually happening in Malaysia and in the world, many initiatives are being taken to actually build investors' confidence once again. And as a result, you see companies can raise capital efficiently and effectively. You want to raise capital, so whatever that you start off with, you want to make sure at the end of the day, you have a bigger chunk. And how are you going to do this? By actually getting your investors' confidence. If you get that in, your companies will actually operate even more effectively and efficiently. Effective is different, efficient is different. And when we say that we're doing something efficiently, our method of doing things, we're efficient in the way we do things. That means we don't waste, we eliminate waste, we do things in a more efficient manner. Effectively, meaning you see results, there's positive feedback. So remember these things, okay? It lowers the capital costs. Of course, there's a positive impact on the share prices. Yes, we see this all the time. It provides proper inducement to the owners as well as managers to achieve objectives that are in interests of the shareholders and the organization. Yes, can't run away from this also. When I speak to you later about shareholders and stakeholders, see, there'll be even more things that you'll be wanting to know. So who are the parties involved in corporate governance? If you look at generally in most companies, we've got the regulatory body, which is the CEO, the board of directors, management and shareholders, other stakeholders who take part, including you've got suppliers, the employees, creditors, customers, and of course the community at large. So this is quite straightforward. Nothing extraordinary there for you to think about. Okay, Colin.
Yes.
Colin, I need your help to break them into groups. But before you go into groups,
Okay.
All right, just 1 second. I just want to explain to them. All right, wonderful people. Now, all of you come from different organizations. You have got different things that you're actually doing at this point of time. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to break you up into groups. All right, Mr. Colin is going to help me to do that, to break you into groups. You're going to go into a discussion because I'm quite sure most of you do not know one another. You're going to go into discussion and you are going to look at what are the current steps of corporate governance that is being administered in your organization. Do you have corporate governance being used in your organization at this point of time or not? Okay, I'm sure you have been using something. Maybe it has been some SOPs, some standing instructions. I'm sure you definitely have. So we're going to put you in groups. I'm going to give you 10 minutes, okay? And then I'm going to pull you back and then we're going to have a discussion to see what exactly you all discovered with one another, and you are able to see what are the corporate governance that you use, what steps have you been using in your organization. All right, nothing technical about it, just basic stuff will do, don't worry about it. So just try. Mr. Colin, can you help me to break them into groups?
Okay. How many rooms do you want, Mr. Jude?
Excluding me and you, so there's 20 of them. Can we put 5 in a group? 4 groups?
4 groups. Okay. Okay, done.
Okay. We give them about 10 minutes.
Sorry?
I mean, the corporate governance that being exercised at our own organization.
Shall I start first? Because
Yeah, go ahead, speak.
My name is Hislik. I run a software development consultancy. Basically, we advise our client how to build their software projects, and we provide outsourcing services as well. We are a very small outfit. It's just myself and another. Sorry, actually, I mixed up with another company that I run. but another company.
So you got so many company now, lah.
No.
A few type of engineering machines, and yeah, we have about 20 staffs lah, working under my company. So
Okay.
I think because I'm a
Hi, sir.
so I'm manufacturing, so I think I have a so-called complete set of organizations lah, from the CEO, managers, and the workers lah.
Okay.
Okay. So maybe we can just track again our discussion.
Yeah.
Objective.
Yes. So can proceed. So we can write down the points.
As now we become our leader, I think, in this group, because he's the only guy.
Yeah.
No problem, no problem. I'll be the one that going to jot down.
Okay, sure.
And Jordan also to represent you.
I'm going to pick who's going to present.
No, because you are jotting down, so
He's
you
a
have to
trainer.
present.
All right. So please, anyone?
Mommy is a trainer.
Okay.
How should we start?
Wide. Yeah, so I just go with the flow.
See, are you planning for future expansions or things like that?
Yeah, I am. But I think before that, I need to find a co-founder to help me for the expansion. Otherwise, there's not enough of manpower to scale and then cater to the market. So
A specific expertise you're looking for. Those things it's like a JD actually. When it comes to corporate governance, it's more like job descriptions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah,
So it's like if you're looking for people, you structure it that way from the CEO, CFO, COO, things like
okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Pauline's come to check on us.
Yeah, I and Mr. Judas here. We want to see.
What happened? Why is everything in silence?
Oh, okay. everyone became silent the moment you
The
came in.
moment I appeared. Come on, guys. You can't do this to me, man.
Yeah.
Wow, those pretty indicative to tell us that this course today is actually a storm, man.
Sorry, could you repeat?
I don't know. I said it's raining in Subang, is it?
Yes, very heavily.
Okay, fine. It's all over the place.
Yeah.
Hi guys, yeah, Niza here. Just joined in this group session. I'm not too sure where are we right now because I just came in late. Sorry about that.
Niza as in from Pasar Tani, is it?
Pasar kita.
Pasar kita. Jawablah your WhatsApp message.
Oh, I tak nampak WhatsApp message. I tengah on the way berjalan ke BIG ni.
Oh ya ke? Dari pagi hantar tak jawab lagi.
Ayo, been busy lah Samita, you know me.
Yeah, I got deadline to catch.
I know. So yeah, I think I don't need to introduce myself to Samita. She knows me very well, what I'm doing right now. So yeah, so anyway, this group breakout session, what is it about? Huh?
We are talking about what are the current steps of corporate governance that you actually administer in your organization. I mean, you talk about Pasar Kita, it's actually something that you own, that you do, right?
Okay, that's right.
All right. So what kind of corporate governance do you have? Do you have SOPs that you have written, guidelines that you all follow? I'm sure there's something in place. Am I right? For the staff or even for the way you do things?
Ah, I see.
Yes.
So some basic information about Pasar Kita. We are considered still a startup. So we are at the phase 2 of the Pasar Kita. We start off this back in 2018 March.
Right.
And now we are at the stage of implementing the phase 2 of Pasar Kita. Based on our phase 1, we managed to understand what are the current problems and testing out the business model for our community. And we are giving the solution, and based on the solution, they will subscribe to the services that we're going to provide to solve their problems. So in a way, coming back to the corporate governance, we are still at the moment establishing that with the team members, but we do have the respective people who are in charge on the operational side, the finance, the business, the the stakeholders mapping. The team members is there. It's just that the governance part is still in the process of streamlining that. Yeah.
Right. Share with the rest and discuss, and I will go and join another group.
Oh, okay, right.
Okay, I'll see you all back in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
The penyakit and everything. So my production is not up to the standard lah. So musim ni I set up balik kebun and everything. So it takes me a while to nak tanam balik everything lah. I'm in the middle of nak set up balik kebun everything. To grow balik lah all my punya kebun tu.
Oh, so there's a lot of SOP to follow betul tak? Kalau ikut fertigasi ni.
Yeah, exactly. As you, I think you heard of some. Actually, menanam pokok ni is new thing to me. I pun mula-mula ingat main terjah aja, but that thing it doesn't work that way lah, because it doesn't work that way basically. So I have to really strictly follow all the SOP. Betul-betul. Kalau tak ikut, then that's it lah. What happened to me lah. So this is very big lesson learned from me lah. To do it better in the future. So that's the thing lah. Bila I cakap SOP just now. So strictly I had to follow all this. For example, meracun. I mean, when we have to meracun, then we have to follow the schedule. If petang lah. Something like that.
Because
basically that's my business. Good. So I heard you, Panyati, you have very big business.
Ui, tak ada big mana lah. Ada big mana lah. Baru menapak pun 2 tahun.
I see, 2 years. Better than me lah, I see.
Allahu Akbar, tak adalah, sama je. I pun menapak juga macam you juga. So Alhamdulillah lah. Rezeki lah. Itu sebenarnya rezeki MCO.
Oh, rezeki ya. Okay. So how about you, Mr. Low?
Orang selalu kata. Oh, ada. Puan Hafiza. Yeah, line calling line is not good. Seems like we can't. Yeah.
Saya punya line pun not very good lah, because up and down. So I think I pun tak dengar, kadang tak dengar.
Hafiza, Puan Hafiza, kami tak dengar you. Hello. Tak dengar. We cannot hear.
She's on mute. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. It seems that everybody, sorry guys, my laptop masih kat workshop. Oh.
Mervin is in mute.
Don't worry, calling. I believe this is the internet line. Yeah. The challenge of doing online training. I've been facing this. Don't worry.
Yeah, I have a few people outside hanging out the room, so I need to let them inside. I'll come back again. Right.
Aduh.
Am I? Okay, Ben is in, and now Adam. We are stable. One person is not in the group. Where is he? Where are we?
How come, Adam?
Adam, I don't know. I'm trying to move him, but he's not. Move him to another room. Maybe the room is not.
It's okay because Colin going to pull them all back already.
Oh, okay. Too late already, yeah. I also want to from everyone. Okay, he says sorry for what?
Right. No problem.
No worries, no worries.
Okay, can you bring them all back?
Okay.
Right.
Broadcast message. Closing the room.
Colin being so serious, Colin.
Betul kan? Yes, not? Aznawi is very serious, right?
Yeah.
Dia macam headmaster.
Shall we call him the principal from today onwards?
Boleh je.
Unmute and talk. Cannot hear you, Colin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like a principal outside with the rotan. Go inside the class. What are you doing here? Get inside, get inside. Okay, we
Okay, everyone's back.
Tak dengar.
Right.
not in
Okay.
room 6.
Just
Everyone
Dengar tak? Kita tak dengar.
dengar.
Tekan mana tu ni?
All right. Okay. Can I just hear from some of you? I'm just going to randomly call. Let's see. Puganes. You will be the first victim for this. So Puganes, share your thoughts. What discussions you all had? What are you doing differently compared to the rest?
What I'm doing differently, we didn't do anything differently. We did a group discussion.
All right.
Okay, about the SOPs and what are things we should do for a company to run a company efficiently.
Right.
Okay. So our leader is Asnawi. Actually, he's collecting all the points.
Okay, then maybe Asnawi, you want to help her?
Sure. Please, Asnawi, please.
Yep, I'll be the savior for her.
So quick to pass it on. Okay.
We are not so sure whether it's correct or not, but based on what we discussed, thank you to my teammate, Pugu, Visha, and Hayati Abdurauf. So a few things regarding what we have discussed is, number one, we have to ensure that we have a very clear SOP for every department and every individuals that is inside the department.
True.
So ensure that you know what you're going to do in the company. And then number two is we must make sure that we have a clear chain of command. Who is going to say the final say of certain decision, talking about decision making process. And then number three is about clear response items and timelines. How many hours that you have to respond, and then what are the answers that you should provide. And then clear sales process, quotations, terms and conditions, the invoicing, and then the follow-up, the collections of money, and documentation. Make sure everything is documented so that if, let's say, anything happen, we have the documents during the progress and also the completion of certain projects. And yep, the last one is about money. So every money that transact into your company, make sure it's jotted down, and then the receipt and everything. All right. So far, that's it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Give yourselves a hand. Fantastic. Fantastic. Who else? Aaron.
For me, my company basically runs on a structure that we basically started from scratch. We designed it before even the business start. So we designed a proper JD for every person in the company. It was listed down, and so we can get the right job, the job scope for each and everyone in the company. We listed down the responsibilities, so we had a structure, we had a goal, we had a way to convey the message to our employees on how they can go about their work, and for them not to, mingle around with different kinds of job tasks in the company. So it's structured, straightforward, easy to communicate to our employees.
Okay. How about the rest of them? What kind of input did they give, Aaron? Additional input?
One of them is a solopreneur, so she's looking towards expanding, which is Samita.
Okay.
And I think Adam was in the food business, but his mic is not working.
All right. Okay. No wonder he was sending us messages. All right. Okay.
Jan is still he's still working on a structure. I mean, he has already a structure, but he's I'm not sure of how he runs his business. He's a bit new to corporate governance, I guess.
Okay. Just to inform all of you, just to share a little bit, Aaron was my student and still is my student. I taught him when he was in college, and today he's already an entrepreneur. He's on his own. All right. So actually, it's real pleasure to have him here as well. Okay. Let's see, who else shall we ask? Pasal kita, I didn't get your name actually.
Yeah, my name is Haniza anyway, but friends call me Niza.
Niza, okay, fantastic. Niza, please share with the rest because you gave us quite a bit of input earlier also.
Share something, is it? Well, okay, I'm not too sure what I'm supposed to share, but roughly I get the idea of this corporate governance. So as for Pasar kita, the team members, we are building the team members now and creating the founders that for Pasar kita. So at the same time also we are streamlining the corporate governance between the internal part. So how to streamline the process in terms of creating PO, invoicing, and other departments related to operational part, the business development, the financing part. So these are in the process at the moment because we are not at the stage whereby we have so many tractions in terms of revenue stream. So we are building it up, and slowly we are trying to implement some SOPs into the business.
You eventually have to incorporate them, step by step.
Yeah, that's step by step.
Yeah, it's a gradual process.
Yeah, it's a gradual process. Exactly.
Right. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Can we get one more person? T. T, would you like to share?
Hi, sir.
Hi.
Okay. Right now, I actually don't have a proper corporate governance practices as of now.
Okay.
I'm actually running a football training academy for kids.
That's nice. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, I started out as a coach lah, and as I slowly got more and more customers, it's transformed to a full-blown academy. But
Fantastic. Congratulations.
yeah, thank you. So in terms of SOPs, right now I've got like 10 coaches under me, but in terms of segregation of duties, there's no hard and fast rule as to who does what. Basically, if someone doesn't do anything, I'll pick it up on my end. So
That's not good, eh?
yeah, that's why this lesson over here is very important for me. I'm very lacking in this aspect. So very interesting to hear what the other entrepreneurs have shared over here today.
Exactly. Fantastic. Where about are you located, Auntie?
Located at Bukit Jalil.
Bukit Jalil. Okay. Nice. Something interesting for kids.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nice, nice. Thanks for sharing. Diana.
Hello, yes, everybody. Hi, hi.
Hi,
Yes.
Diana.
So,
Can you share?
oh, okay. Actually, I just want to comment. When I heard you guys talk about your corporate governance, I learned a lot. I take note a lot. Thank you to all friends who shared this now. So I think for our group, right, just now there was 5 of us. There's Zulhaimi, he has a senior member hat. There's Fatima, she has enterprise. We have Irene, who has senior member hat. Kak Intan, who has, I'm not sure, I think enterprise or senior member hat, but she didn't finish just now, and I have enterprise. So in terms of corporate governance, I think the most experienced among us just now was Zulhaimi. So he talked about how it's more towards like compliance. For example, he has number hat, so he ensured that he has SSM, of course, and then yearly accounting, auditing, and then in terms of finance, he have the processes in place such as quotation, PO, payment vouchers, invoice. On all of these are streamlined well, and I think procurement, what he said just now, procurement, because I think he said in his company they have like 2 directors, so and they're like long partners, so like communication is easier for them, less technical or complication, formal, right? I think a lot of us are like small, for our group, a lot of us are still very green, except for maybe Zulhaimi. Kak Intan also quite experienced, but she didn't manage to finish her sharing this now. But Fatima, Irene, and myself, we are pretty new. But for my business, Swag Sarang, it's weird, but we start our corporate governance by a bold statement up front for everybody who work with us, be it our team, our partners, hotels, resorts, and Swag mentors, also our staff. And our corporate governance begin with our policy, which is honest and halal. So we already put our value up front. So that, of course, we have other technical workflows, SOPs in place. We even have like orientation, but for my business, we emphasize our value upfront, and it's very clear, and it's very what do you call it, obvious to all that works with us, including our clients. Yeah. So even though I look like this, but a lot of our clients are comes from different backgrounds. Some of my a lot of our initial clients are non-Muslims, but everybody seems to love the concept of honest and halal because it's something that appeals to people, because everybody wants good service, efficient service, good value for money, products and services. And I think yeah, it's a universal concept that rings with everyone basically. Yeah.
I deal a lot with halal logistics. I train for halal logistics as well. So for me, that's a very interesting concept. Okay, fantastic. One final person, last but not least, can we ask Marvin? Marvin, are you there? I don't know whether he's there or not. Marvin?
Hi. Yeah.
Okay. Hi.
Sorry, I was busy a bit.
No worries.
While waiting, replying for my client.
I
Okay.
mean, your contributions, please.
Okay. Basically, just I have shared in the small group that I'm having this a new startup company where only two directors and then only two of us are working on this company because it's a newly startup, just a few months. Basically, we are doing a platform for this hospitality industry.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So because it's new idea, new startup, so we doesn't have any a big group of client yet. But we have, when we start up, we have some shareholders invested in us. So we what we do is that, of course, we follow through all the procedures and to make sure the shareholder have protected, are well protected. So every shareholders that come in, we give them an ordinary what we call a share certificate, and then we follow the advice from the COSAC. Even our lawyer, we have our in-house lawyer partners as well. So the lawyer will advise us what are the things to do, how the agreement can be done. Then we follow everything SOP and to protect the shareholders. So that's what we do.
Fantastic. Thanks for sharing that.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to ask everyone. Hi, I really want to collaborate with TNs or you guys that have education. Diana, definitely. Don't worry about it. Can be done. Now, guys, it's 7 o'clock. All right. You can take a break for half an hour for those of you who are going to say your prayers. Okay, so we will take a break for half an hour. I'll see you back at 7:30. Can you guys be back at 7:30? Can?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
So see you all at 7:30.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Jude,
Yes.
can I ask, are you going to share with us your notes later?
Yeah, of course. I'm going to post it in the group.
Yeah, okay, great. Just checking.
Definitely.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Okay, so I'm going to move on. We are going to touch on the duties and responsibilities of the company's officers. Now, something that all of us need to keep in mind, company's officers, whoever that is elected or appointed to a particular position, please also kindly ensure that the person can carry out the duties and responsible assigned to them. It's pointless that if you put somebody who is in charge of a certain function and the person doesn't know head or tail about what he or she is doing. So please make sure that whoever that takes on this kind of duties and responsibilities, if you are a deciding factor in this, please make sure that the right people are assigned to these duties. Otherwise, it becomes a real disaster. It will become a mess. Okay, so make sure that you have the right people as well at the helm, because it's very important, right? We talk about the corporate governance structure, which specifies the distribution and rights of responsibilities among different stakeholders. Different stakeholders, what kind of rights, what kind of responsibilities they have, clearly stipulated, must be in your corporate governance structure, okay, such as the board, who are the managers, shareholders, and you spell out the rules and procedures for decision making in corporate affairs. Just now when I was talking to some of you were saying, yeah, you know, you have been making decisions through WhatsApp, over the phone. While that may be acceptable today, and of course there is that element of trust also, because I think you are in business with your friends. But please also bear in mind, if we talk about corporate governance and if we talk about doing things right, it is above and beyond friendship. It's got nothing to do with the relationship, nothing to do with the friendship anymore. It has got to be solely business structure. And that is why you need to have proper SOPs, SIs in place. That's why this corporate governance, you have to be very mindful of this. Otherwise, it affects your decision making. You know, you are my friend, I'm your friend. Okay, never mind. Let's just make a decision. That shouldn't be the way to go forward. So also keep this in mind, please, that, you know, if you're going to head forward, if you're going to journey, and if you're going to go towards the next step, we want to make sure that we do things correctly and we do it in a professional and ethical manner. Okay, sharing my thoughts with you. Of course, now we're going to just look at what are the types of organizational structures that we have. Now, the traditional organizational structures that actually come, what you will actually find is that we have got the functional type. What is the functional kind? Okay, this is actually, it serves as a purpose. Let's say, for example, if you run a particular business, you target a certain group of people. Let's say, like just now, this guy T was talking about he's coaching young kids football. All right, so he's got a segment, a dedicated group of people that he's actually catering for. So it's functional in that sense. Okay, so that's just specific for that purpose only. So it's structured in that manner. If we were to ask him to start opening up a gym and start catering for adults and start doing other things which are additional to it, then it won't be so divisional anymore already. It will become more a little bit of metrics and will become more divisional in that sense already, because you'll have other things incorporated into it. Okay, so that's the functional side of it. So what do we mean by divisional? Okay, divisional in the sense that you have got, like, if currently even in your own companies that you run, you would notice that you've got the HR department, you've got someone taking care of finance, you've got someone taking care of administration. These are all divisional. That means it's within the same entity, but it's all broken up into different elements. Okay, so the divisional part of it. which is a traditional thing that you find in most companies today. All right. But if you have, you guys, some of you are just two of you operating a whole company by itself. So you have to take on different roles. You have to put on different hats at different times to play different roles. Okay. That's another challenge as well, because at any point, if you're looking at something from a certain angle, you need to be very professional in thinking and making decisions from that angle. All right. You cannot be just looking at it. HR and finance, if you try to look at it from the same angle, there will be a clash. So you have to look at it from two different angles as well. Okay. The metrics bit. Okay. Metrics, kind of simple. We get it that some people in certain organizations, you will notice that they report to more than one superior. It could be, maybe they are shared between two departments. It's possible for that to happen. So that we have those kind of functions as well. So we term that as a matrix organizational structure. And of course, when you talk about the flat ones, these ones do not actually have, or they have very few levels, and they don't have many middle managers. They have eliminated that. So it's very easy to work within these organizations, but at the same time, it also comes with challenges, because the line of authority, that becomes a question within these flat organizations. So keep this in mind. But today, we are talking about everything that's digital. Now, I am going to share this with you guys, and I want you all to please pay close attention to what I'm saying, because today's marketplace, everything has been digitalized already. If it has not, it's in the process of becoming digitalized. Okay, and you and I are not spared. Look at what's happening today. We are actually all over the country, all of us, and we are having a training session. I've been in training for donkey years now. Okay, for donkey years already, more than 2 decades. And I'm just going to tell you this. None of us actually expected such a thing to happen within a short span of time. So a pandemic could cause us all to change like this, all right? And we all had to become digitalized in that sense. And now we're all, it's with working with systems. You're working with Zoom, you're working with Google, you're doing this, you're doing that. You have to look into your business to see how you're going to digitalize it. This is something that you have to invest in. Please keep this in mind. Okay. The decentralizing system, of course, if you centralize everything, there's better control. But as your organization grows and you start having branches, offices here and there, you may want to decentralize. And we've got team-based organization structures also, where you have got certain groups, okay? And these are all what is actually happening with all this. If you will notice, it's very evident today. All methods, all ways of doing business is no longer something that that we want to get into. We're talking about everything about digital. I mean, how many of us actually buy a newspaper today? We don't. We don't even do that, because everything is at the tip of our finger. All right, just grab a phone. I think most of us will drop dead if we do not have our phones with us. The phone is it's like literally, it's the heart now. Without it, we can't function. You can even function without a laptop or anything of that sort, but the phone, imagine, we're talking about 5G. Today, I was looking at a video that someone sent me. I can share it in the group later today. China with 6G is something to also look at, because we're heading in a whole new different direction altogether already. Okay, just sharing my thoughts with you and some input. Now, when we talk about the hierarchical structure, this is typical in any business. You've got from the top, your CEO, your the chain of command, from senior management to execs, and then to general people who work in the organization. And you find that even this today has become a challenge. People are working remotely from home. Some of you are, working from home. Even I'm working from home. So who's monitoring us? It's a question that, a lot of people are actually asking today. I mean, is this going to be forever? Is this going to be the way that we're going to do things from now on? Some have gone back to work full time, but some are at home. So a lot of questions have still not been answered. And I don't know whether this hierarchical structure is actually going to last in the long run. I mean, I'm an HR guy as well, so I'll tell you that there's a lot of unanswered questions that we have, and we're moving along with it. So you also have to take note that things will change and we will need to adapt. We can't run from it. We will have to adapt as we move along. All right. This is what I was talking to you about stakeholders versus shareholders. Now, sorry about that. Stakeholders versus shareholders. If you look at this carefully, this should give you an insight as to who a stakeholder is and who a shareholder is. Just to run through a little bit, have an interest in the business, but don't necessarily own it. Stakeholders. That means they have somehow they have got some interest in it. Maybe they've invested, all right, or it could be a family business, but they don't necessarily own it. All right. When I say family business, also keep in mind, it doesn't mean that if a business is actually run by the whole family and it's handed down from one generation to another, that all children get involved in it. They may have interest in it, but they don't get involved in it. So keep this in mind also, right? Maybe affected directly or indirectly by the company's activities. Yes, maybe yes. This is basically found in all types of organizations, stakeholders. The primary focus on the company's performance and goodwill. What is their purpose? What is their agenda? Very clear. Their focus is on the company's performance and goodwill. All right, very clear cut. They are stakeholders, but they're not necessarily shareholders. So they hold a stake, but they're not a shareholder. Be mindful of this because a lot of people have misunderstood stakeholders and shareholders. And even in casual conversations, people have said stakeholders and shareholders are the same. So today, I hope that you get a clearer insight. You see stakeholders and shareholders, there is a difference. Okay. Shareholders, what are we talking about? Partly owned the business through shares of stock. That means they hold shares in the company. Directly affected by the company's financial performance. Yeah, if business goes up, they're happy. If business goes down, it affects them quite a bit. Found only in companies that issue shares. So these are Berhad companies. All right. Main focus on ROI. ROI is, please write it down for those of you who are not familiar with this, return of investment. Return of investment. Return of investment. For those of you who are not familiar, okay, what do we mean by return of investment? That means if I actually invest in your company, what am I going to get out of it in return? I want to see some return of investment. This is my focus if I'm a shareholder in your company. Okay, my ROI. We even send those of us, who send our kids to university and all that. It's an investment. You send them to uni. Those of us who even went to college, university, and all that to get our degrees, our masters, and all that. It's an investment. After that, what you come out and do, that is the return of investment to the parents concerned. All right, for you to simply understand that. Now, and they're always classified as stakeholders. All right, so they hold they're stakeholders because they determine what happens. They hold a certain share, a certain percentage in that particular business. I don't know how many of you are actually, when you say you're into business, whether it's a 50-50% thing or whether you are holding 60% or 40%, or is someone else outside holding a certain percentage? I don't know. It'll only when I sit and talk to you individually, perhaps maybe I'll find out more information. But this is good for you to understand a stakeholder's position and a shareholder's position. All right. So they've got vested interest in this. Now, quick question. Should companies only strive to maximize shareholder value and try to serve the interests of all stakeholders? Let's pose this question. So I'm going to stop. Hang on. What are your thoughts? Should companies only strive to maximize shareholder value and try to serve the interests of all stakeholders? What are your thoughts?
All stakeholders. All stakeholders.
All stakeholders. What's your reason in saying that?
Because for me, right, for our business at Sarang, we always, even in our meetings, everything, we always say we need to take care of our clients, our partners, partner hotel, resort, or swag mentors. We need to take care of our partners, our clients, as well as our team. So everybody needs to be in a good symbiosis environment or relationship in order for the business to thrive.
Okay.
Because if we don't take care of everybody's welfare or benefit, and the ecosystem is unhealthy, and then you might lose clients, you might lose your partners, partner merchants, for example. Or
So in your context, you're saying that it has to serve the interests of all stakeholders, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. How about the rest? Can I hear from the rest, please?
Stakeholders, sir.
Stakeholders.
Both sides win.
All right. Anybody else? Asnawi?
I believe when I go through, I believe it depends on the situation. For example, I'm not so sure whether we call it as a scam or not. For example, like some
scam, right?
Some shareholders, they are focusing on building sentiments so that they can increase their price of stocks, and then they can maximize in terms of their capitals so that they can use for their stakeholders. But I believe it's both ways, because we have to see the stakeholders, but at the same time, because shareholders actually providing the capital.
Exactly, but that's why I said it can differ. This is just a question, and it depends on how you're viewing it based on your organization. How about the rest of you? How about the rest? Can we hear from the rest as well? It's shouldn't be just from.
I agree with us now, because we need to care for the shareholders and the stakeholders. The reason why we have to care for both. Number one, the shareholders look at one point of view, maximizing their money. Whereas as a company, you're not only supposed to maximize the returns, but you have to be responsible for the people that you're going to affect around you or surrounding your company. So I believe that we have to take care of both ends. Number one, we have to make the shareholders happy, because we need them to support business. It's their capital that's actually supporting the lifeline to our business. That's one thing. The stakeholders protect our reputation. So I feel like if we protect our reputation with our stakeholders, then we generate more business, more potential business, future business. You never know. And this, in return, it serves the shareholders. So it's a vice versa thing.
Thank you. Anyone else? Samita?
I tend to agree that we need to strike a balance between taking care of the shareholder and the stakeholder, because from my experience, most of my stakeholders is either the direct clients or the future clients. So they are our bread and butter lah.
Exactly.
We need to take care of them. And then as far as shareholders is concerned, diorang yang bagi duit. And then at the same time, most of the shareholders are the directors who's running the company.
Betul.
So operation wise, money wise, we need to take care of the shareholders also. Thank you.
Yeah, otherwise if they decide to pull out, then we had it.
Exactly.
Samita, are you there? Yeah, I don't hear from her. Thought Asia. Thought Asia. Is anyone there? Right. Let's ask anyone else. Jovi? Isn't stockholder automatically stakeholder? Of course, if you're holding stocks, definitely you're a stakeholder. See the comparisons that are there in what I've given you as well, huh? Right? I don't know. I'm calling out to a lot of people. Everyone's silent. Fatima?
Yes. To me, it works hand in hand as per what Mr. Aaron and Mr. Zohaimi said.
Okay.
Because if we only take care of the shareholder and we have lack attention to the stakeholder,
Right.
then how would the business, how do you run the business? How would the income comes from? Because most of it, I think, datang daripada stakeholder juga kan. Semua pun kena sama. Maksudnya macam tak boleh berat sebelah tapi lebih kepada work hand in hand.
Okay. Seperti apa yang Diana, the question that she posed tadi kan. If you're a shareholder, does it automatically make you a stakeholder? Yeah, because you've invested money in it. So you are a stakeholder. All right. So you can't run from that also. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else wants to share their thoughts, their comments, wants to give feedback? Please do. I'm randomly calling out. I don't know whether some of them are there or not. T?
Okay. My thoughts are that a lot of the times the wants and the objectives of stakeholders versus shareholders are different. And it's very difficult to appease all of them.
Of course.
Yes. But I understand from my studies that the main principles of doing business is to maximize shareholder value.
Exactly.
But in doing so, right, sometimes the best action is to actually please your other stakeholders in order to do so. It's counterintuitive. So, you don't have to appease them by listening to them, but you do what's best for their interest. They may not know it, but yeah, I would actually try and please the other stakeholders if it's in the best interest of the business.
Yeah. You see, if you look at the best interest of the business, you put that first. And I think one clear thing that we all need to know also, even we talk about stakeholders or whether they are shareholders, if you're actually keeping your customers happy, business is generated.
Yes.
Am I right?
No, I agree. Because okay, and I think a perfect example would be a lot of times the shareholders would be more attuned to cost cutting measures as opposed to more revenue generating, because that's a risk to constantly expand your business offerings. So yeah, they may not be so how to say receptive towards this if it's mostly to preserve capital. But Yeah, like I said, it's hard to convince them to move forward with risk taking measures, basically.
True. So it's good. Thanks, Steve, for sharing that, because I think thank you all of you who shared, because yeah, sure.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problem, Puganes.
Can I get a clear picture, because I am a sole proprietor? So
All right.
shareholder, I can really roughly figure out who is the shareholder, there's a partner, our partner lah. How about the stakeholder? I still cannot get.
Okay, you are the sole proprietor.
Yeah.
Okay. Has anybody invested in your business?
No.
Okay, so the business is solely run by you.
Yes.
100% you are the owner, right?
Yes.
So if anything goes wrong, anything goes right, you are solely responsible.
Yes.
So you're the shareholder, 100% shareholder is you are the only one, right?
Yeah.
You are also the stakeholder also. Should anything go wrong, you are also responsible for it. This is a very clear example of this. Very clear, simple example.
If let's say if I have a partner,
Hmm.
then how the stakeholder works on this?
It depends. What have you put in your documents? Have you shared the business 50-50? Is it, just a partner, a person who has invested money, and then the person is the shareholder? If somebody who has invested money in your company, they definitely don't want to lose money. Am I right, Puganes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if this is a risk, when they invest money in your company, they want to see returns. So as shareholders, you may want to prepare a document or something to say that they are actually investors. They have got interest in your company. So you have to work out those documents, and you have to be very clear about it also. And as long as people have put in money, they want to see return of investment, ROI. Let's say even if I were to invest in your company, let's say you need 500,000, all right, and I put in 500,000. Every day I'm going to worry about what has happened to the 500,000, because on a monthly basis, I want to see that money comes back to me. There must be some profit. I must see some returns. If I don't see any returns coming to me, there's no return of the investment that I've given, then I've actually wasted my money in that sense.
Okay.
So you have to make sure that the money is actually whatever that is, invested, you're getting returns from it, you're getting some profits from it. Just like when you put money in the bank also, we look at interest factor, right?
Yeah.
That's how we look at banks also.
Yeah.
That's the best understanding, simple understanding I can give you.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
So we're going to move on. And we're looking at board responsibilities. Please take a minute to look at this board responsibilities, please. There are lots of things involved in here, board responsibilities. Multiple things involved. Can I ask anyone who's here in this group where there is certain aspects of this which actually affects you, or you are involved in it, or you're involved in multiple things? Of course, you definitely are involved, but maybe you would like to highlight certain things for the rest of us to hear this, because it cannot be one way. It must be both ways. So perhaps maybe anyone would like to share on this.
Hi Jude, so it's Diana, and
Yes.
I think, to be honest, because I start my business small, then I think there's a lot of responsibility. This board actually shows all the different things that we have to juggle, especially if you are like the director or the founder of a business, right? I don't have anything to share like best practices because I'm relatively new, but I would really love to learn if we have more experienced people who knows how to, juggle this stuff. One of the things that I find helpful, and it's something that I learned rather recently, is that, as a human being, all of us have 24 hours and we cannot do everything. When I attend sessions with, much more successful, like top entrepreneurs, right? Who have made millions, all of them say the same thing, which is a person cannot do everything. So if we, basically we have to delegate work. Yeah. So if you are the director, you're the founder, but you are still the person who have to do, like, for example, the small little details like recording your accounts, for example. You are also the person who have to reply email to your for your operational email, small stuff. You are also the person who have to handle HR, your different teams. So if you have to do everything yourself, I mean, you can sustain maybe you are successful now, but to a certain after a certain while, you're going to reach a plateau and you can no longer expand or grow.
Yeah,
So,
you will wear out eventually.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
is the truth of the matter. You will wear out eventually.
Yeah, and then I learned from these people. These people are like CEO of companies, right? They said at the end of the day, we need to learn to delegate, not just business wise. Even as a business person, we need to learn to delegate even our personal chores, right?
Easier said than done, Diana.
Easier said than done. Like, I'm a mom, a wife, and I have my mom and Sophie. Yeah. So yeah.
Loads of responsibilities. But thanks for sharing that, Diana. Thank you. The rest.
Hi, T here. I'd like to add on to Diana's point. So, yeah, you mentioned about delegating. So when I started out, right, with my fellow shareholders, we segregated our duties according to our own specialties, okay?
Right.
For example, one of them would look after our annual filings with SSM and also, the LHDN for tax purposes. However, if someone doesn't do it right, despite already being made clear upfront that these are our respective responsibilities, then earlier on, I also mentioned that I don't really have a proper corporate governance because I'm basically one person doing almost everything.
Yeah. Okay.
What I want to say is this like, if someone doesn't pull their weight right, how do you solve this problem? Because I'm now taking on the feeling the void basically, and yeah, I'm reaching that plateau, I feel. And also but see, the thing is this: I do not want to hold someone responsible for this, right, to the point where, if you don't do it, then okay, let's just, watch us fail. Then, I don't want that to happen, so that's why I fill in the void.
Yeah, but T, just to sorry to interrupt, but I just need to add on to what you're saying. Of course, I understand the reason. I think all of us do understand the reasons why we do what we do. We pick up where people have left off, and if people don't finish it, we take it and we do it. Correct? There's always been the thing with most of us. But one of the most important things I believe that we should all take note of is that what's the message that we're sending out? The message that we're sending out, that is going to be very conflicting. Because if you are going to take on the responsibilities from everyone, and of course we have delegated, but still somehow it still ends up on our plate, then it's something to be reckoned with. I don't know, what are your thoughts?
Um, I don't know how to solve this problem. So
Yeah.
it's very unfortunate because these kind of things, right? If I don't let's say if I don't file the annual filings, right,
Mm.
then we're gonna hit fines
Of
from
course.
compliance and all that, and I don't want to see that happen. So uh I just take the hit on behalf of everyone, I guess. And
How long are you going to do that?
yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm hoping to hear if there's anyone who has similar experience, right, who can hopefully share some guidance to get out of this kind of situations.
Can I share my experience, because I myself run a training academy? Can I share my experience?
Oh, of course.
Right.
Please.
I'll just tell you this. Work that is delegated, this is for everybody, yeah? This is for everybody to hear. Work that is delegated, whatever that is given to a specific person that needs to be completed, I will just tell you this. Work with deadlines, number one. I know most of you work with deadlines, but please make sure that you always have deadlines that you work with. Second, look at the progress and who you've assigned it to. That's also important. And I think you have specific dates to see where you are with this particular, let's say if it's filing with LHDN, if it's going to be done in the month of March, let's say, for example. So you would have already started preparation a few months ago, ahead you would have started. So I think it's good to follow up with people to ask them, they can be your business associates, ask them, where are we with this? It's good to have meetings, constant meetings, discussions to find out where the particular person is with this. And that actually helps to avoid a lot of conflict as well. And people don't take you for granted also. So everything is documented. This is why earlier I actually prompted this. The thing about friendship and about friends who have gone into business is that in the long run, people tend to take one another for granted. And especially when you are seen as an individual who takes on more responsibility, people tend to let go and allow you to keep doing it because they come up with the notion, it's okay lah, he will do it. Doesn't matter lah, he will do it. That's not how it works. You will burn out also in the long run. That's just my 2 cents worth.
No, thank you. Definitely will take your advice and try and implement it.
It's just a suggestion. It's not even an advice, Steve. I would suggest that you do this. Put it up on a whiteboard. Put it up on a whiteboard so that everyone is clear and everybody can see it. Put it on a whiteboard. Okay, and mark it. As if it's something that's really urgent, put it in red and set deadlines for it. See who is in charge of it, and have a remark column once a week. This is also a suggestion to all of you. Once a week, gather around the whiteboard, have your discussions, update the whiteboard. It's visual. When you see things visually, it works so well. Can I reach out to Aaron? Aaron, Aaron, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Aaron, I think you are one of the best people to share your input on this as well, because I know what you have done and you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I had my fair share of problems with this issue too.
Yeah, please share.
Basically, how I dealt with it was I kept regular meetings up and let's discuss progress. Every time push progress onto your whoever that is dealing with whatever project you have. So we always have progress report, and also I try to use kind of memos or if anyone is running a Sdn Berhad company here, I think you're familiar with memorandums. So we use memorandums as a way to get everyone in line of what we are doing and the progress we are at. So we get everyone on the same page, force them to get the work done. by having more regular meetings. So basically, I used to have like a meeting twice a week in order to get the progress moving.
And how long do you have these meetings? I mean, what's the duration of these meetings like, Aaron?
I mean, to drill someone into doing work, it usually takes a while, but I would suggest try to keep the agenda short. Short, and within half an hour, try to get this meeting done, because time is money in your business.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. T, does that help?
Yes and no lah. The no part is basically the background of the other shareholders are they are also my very close friends. So yes, I have tried constantly like pressing like, hey guys, we need to get together and check on our progress. But most of the time it's if they have other priorities in life, right? Like um I there's no way to force them to do it. So other than burning your bridges. So I guess I'm fortunate right now that the business is still in a small stage. So this is uh there's still before we become too large, right? There's still room for us to fix this lah. It's still remediable, I would say.
Start now.
Yep,
You
definitely.
have to start now. I don't know. The whiteboard has worked very well for me for many years. I can tell you this from experience. All right, the whiteboard has worked. It has done amazing things. It has done wonders. Not fault finding, but ensuring that those who are responsible for certain functions, certain duties, certain responsibilities, they adhere to those whatever that's assigned to them. They adhere to those things and they complete it. And that's why I said it's so important to have things visual, to be able to see it. I know, of course, when it's friends, this is how it becomes sticky sometimes. As what you said just now, they've got their own priorities in life. But everyone has invested in this, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So what if you said the same thing also?
Yeah, it would basically be suicidal, I guess.
Exactly. It will mean the collapse of the business. So I think we just need to look at things more differently. Professional is professional, personal is personal. If you don't draw that line, this is where we actually struggle quite a bit. This is how we actually struggle and we get caught. We need to establish this from the start. How about anybody else? Anyone else has got anything else?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Nohayati. I think I would like to share some of my experience. I'm actually the managing director of an engineering company. So of course we have a lot of things to be done because we are manufacture products, So basically, the problem that Aaron mentioned is friends and the business, we should be separated, we cannot mix it up. So to me, the most important thing is how to manage the people. So
people management.
People management, and number two is we should put the people at the right place, right people at the right place.
Yeah.
So that's very important, So then I myself as a managing director, even though I have no engineering background, I'm managing the engineering company, but I must have to learn something about engineering. So when I talk to my engineers, to my managers, so we are always in the same language, So it's very important. And then, like you mentioned earlier, is when we want to do certain projects, very important to have a deadline. To have the deadline, and then we have to monitor the progress. And I disagree that Aaron said just now. Oh, no, not to say disagree. I mean, it's too bad for him to explain that when the staff doesn't want to do, he has to do it. So I think it's not fair. It's not supposed to happen, to any company. Because I always tell myself, okay, we are hiring them. So we have to delegate jobs to them. Then they have to perform as what we wanted. So as the MD, we have to make sure they have to do their work as what we advise them to do. So because at the end, we want to have a result. So okay, we always assure them, okay, if you don't do your work properly, so it will affect the company and it will affect your income as well. So we always, remind the workers that we are in one family. So we need to help each others. Even though I'm a manager, the MD here, but you can always share with me your problems. Then one more thing I would like to share, when the workers or the divisional head, have a problems, we have to take action as soon as possible. Because sometimes we take longer time, sometimes the problem cannot be fixed. So the problem become bigger and bigger, end up with the company might collapse in the short run. So that's why I think the most important thing is managing the people and they put right person in the right place. This is my opinion.
What's your staff strength like, Hayati? How many people do you have in the organization?
I have about 20 people in my company, including the managers. I have engineers, supervisors, and operators. And we do have foreign workers as well. Even though we encounter problem with the foreign workers because of the language problem, but I always tell my HR, you have to find a way how to solve the problems. But we always discuss. I always come to the office and then ask all the divisional head, what's your problem? Try to solve their problems. Because I understand that they are workers. Sometimes they are not brave enough to make any decision or conclusion. So I have to be there to help them to make decision. So that's my experience.
Okay. Yeah, Joey was also suggesting this. Maybe we can have someone to write minutes for your meeting, formalize everything with deadlines. Yeah, of course, minutes is good. The other thing about minutes is that sometimes everything gets filed and kept in hard disks, or it's parked in the server on kept in files. So this is another thing. I like vision boards. I like visual. I like to see things visual because then it's clear for everyone to see. So those are my thoughts. But Joey, thanks for that. Anyone else? Anybody? Some final input? Actually, if you look at this board responsibilities, if you are part of the board, everything is your responsibility. Even though when we segregate, we delegate, at the end of the day, we are still responsible for anything that happens. That is something that we all have to accept also. That's why even Hayati, when you were saying being the managing director, it doesn't mean that you are just a managing director. They are all you talk to all your team leads. Am I right?
You are right.
Yeah. So we all have to take responsibility for things that go on.
Furthermore, because we are, the shareholder as well. So we have to make sure the company is running, forever. So that's very important for any MDs.
That's why it's a challenge when you have got family or friends who are working with you.
Yes.
To push them to do things, this is where you have issues. That's why it's always good, draw the line. Work is work, friendship is friendship.
But then that one isn't said and done actually.
Yeah, we've all been there, done that, and experienced it. So we have to get to that level. Right?
Self-discipline is most important.
Anyone else with anything you want to say before I move on? Okay. Let's look at the roles and responsibilities. Again, board responsibility, shared responsibility, and staff responsibility. It can be anything. This is just as an example for you. Look at the areas which tend to overlap. Sometimes when it comes to the planning, evaluation, in this case, there's fundraising and friend raising, whatever that is being done, I don't know, because you all come from different companies, different organizations. So who's actually making the policies? Who's drawing up the policies? How is it being implemented? Only you guys will know the roles and responsibilities, how it is all being segregated. So please bear in mind that for me, the key thing here and that really interests me is the fact that you talk about the board responsibility and the staff responsibility and the center part here, which talks about shared responsibility. That means both you and I are involved in it. Okay, perhaps maybe it's 3-4 people, but we are involved in it. So it's a shared responsibility. Rather than, we are pointing fingers at one another saying, I thought you were supposed to do it. Hey, I thought you were supposed to do it. No, that doesn't work that way. So that shared responsibility also plays a very major role. Okay. Moving on to integrity. I think Malaysia, we also have a ministry for this, I think, for integrity. Sole purpose to make sure that things are done right. Okay. We don't compromise on our values. We don't compromise on the way we do things, on our ethics, on our belief system, right? So the choice between what's convenient and what's right. I have a question now. Quick question. Sulaiman, are you there? Sulaiman? I seem to have lost a lot of people. Where are they? Intan? Good God. Hafiza, are you there? But can't talk. Okay. Let's ask. I'm running out of people to ask. Yati.
Yes.
Okay. The screen I just shared just now. Okay. The screen I shared just now.
About the integrity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think I can share it one more time? I just want to know from all of you. The choice between what's convenient and what's right. Which one would you do? Something that's convenient or something that's right?
For me, it's right. The right is important. Do the
Not
thing
convenient.
right. Not convenient. Because when you do
Okay.
things convenient, yeah, that is my opinion. I give my view. When that is convenient, you can do things in such a way, in many ways, that sometimes it's not really legal to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the thing about convenience.
But when you do things right, of course you will follow all the SOP. You will follow all the rules in order to in order. That's what I feel.
Okay, Yati, I have a question. Have you ever been challenged to do something convenient instead of right? Have you ever been challenged?
As
Pernah
part
tak
of
mengalami situasi?
Ada beberapa perkara yang when I dealing with certain bodies, okay, I tak boleh nak mention lah. Okay, people are giving me simple way to do so that I can get that money easily. But for me, that is not right. Because I have my integrity of doing things, and I have my thing. Because at the end of the day, whether I want to do the business dalam jangka yang pendek atau jangka yang panjang, so I will look that into matters. Yeah. So for me, tak betul lah. If you teach us, I mean that person lah ask me to do things that just because dia nak benda tu cepat jalan, that's not right.
Okay. Thank you, Yati.
Yeah.
Lo, are you there? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? I see all the cameras off. I don't know who's there and who's not.
Jude, can I share?
Of course, please.
Okay, so I think it's a gray line.
Mm.
Sometimes it matters on subject matter.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, I've been in the HR line for about 8 years.
All right.
So if anything comes in that line, definitely you have to follow the rules.
Definitely.
Definitely. So when I say gray line, so now I'm doing events management.
Right.
Okay, so let's say we have already promised a client something, but at
Mhm.
that time, something else comes up, there's a problem. So of course, conveniently, we have to settle the matter.
Mm.
Correct. So that's why I say so it depends on subject matter.
Mm.
My opinion.
Okay. Depends on subject matter. So there's a fine line between
There's a
the two.
fine line, correct. So, but of course, preferably integrity is something that we look upon to, but there are some instances that we will have to consider the easy way out. Maybe if there's a timeline or something.
In your 8 years experience in human resource, maybe you can share with all of us, because I'm an HR guy as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I just want to hear your thoughts. Have you ever been put in a situation where it was a matter of convenience or the right thing?
Yes, I have. But I always follow the law. So
Yeah.
I will give my suggestions to the C levels. If they don't agree, I'll say, okay, I'm not agreeing to this. If you guys want to go ahead, it's up to you all and you're accountable.
Okay.
But if I am being called to, let's say, a labor court, or if the case is taken up, then I said I will speak what is right. So
Right.
in that sense, yeah.
So it still comes back to the same thing.
Correct.
About corporate governance, we're coming back to the same thing again. It's about doing things
Right thing.
right.
Correct.
Yeah. So we cannot compromise on this. There's no compromise on this.
Yep.
If you go into matters of convenience, it may help you in the short term, it may get you out of it.
Yeah, true.
But in the long run, you will get caught.
Yeah, very true.
You can't run from it. This is something that all of us being business people, I think we must learn this. Integrity cannot be forsaken for anything. No way. No way.
Yes, very true.
And it starts at home. It doesn't start at your
Yeah.
workplace. It starts at home.
Yes.
If it works at home,
Yeah,
it works very well at work.
Agree with you. Agree with you.
Yeah. High five. It starts at home. It starts at home. Okay. So just because if we don't do knowledge sharing and we don't talk about it, then we don't really gather experience from other people. So it's good to hear out what the rest have got to say as well, right? Okay. Look, when we talk so much about integrity, what are the things that we are actually looking at? We talk about principles, ethics, we talk about truth, culture, sincerity, code, morality, trust, virtue, business, reliability. I just want to tell you something. It's so nice to put all these colors and all these words here. But I just also want to tell you, please walk the talk. There is no point of talking about sincerity when you're not a sincere person. There's no point talking about ethics when you are an unethical person. How can you go to someone and speak to them about truth when you tell lies 3/4 of the time?
True.
I mean, come on, in our years of working, I mean, we all didn't get here all of a sudden. We worked somewhere first and then we worked our way and we have come where we are today. But my question to you is this. We have all spotted liars, people who have told lies. Oh my God, they are so good at telling lies that when you look at them, it sounds like the truth, but
And
it's
you
a
cannot
lie.
differentiate.
Cannot differentiate. How did they become such experts at it? Perhaps maybe they have a different understanding of integrity. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe they have a different understanding. Okay, maybe they have a different understanding of what it is. Um, it's so weird that we talk about things, but I'll give you another basic simple example. We tell children, don't lie, speak the truth, don't lie. But if you tell that to children these days, because I work a lot with youngsters, so I'll just tell you this. If you tell that to them, I've heard a lot of parents give me feedback also. They turn around and tell their parents, you tell lies. So what's wrong with me telling lies? So we are living in a world, in a society today where the young ones turn and just look back at you and ask you directly what it is. So even if you were to prompt all these words that you can see on the screen, if you were to prompt this to them and tell them that this is what integrity is, they're probably going to ask you, how many of this do you practice? This is it. Our culture, our Malaysian culture, our culture is so unique. Don't you all agree with me?
Yes.
Yeah, we are blessed. Our culture is entirely different. But we get a lot of people who are tarnishing our culture as well. The issue of morality. What are we doing? We read in the in the news and stuff like that. For me, I find it very sad when I read things like, it's okay to steal so long as you don't get caught. Apa bendanya? It's okay to steal as long as you don't get caught. Biar betul. So no, definitely no. So if you're going down to matters of integrity, all these things are so important, need to be looked at. And remember, I'm repeating this, walk the talk. There's no point putting things down and then we don't live up to it. Now, this OECD principles, what is OECD? I've written it down. It's an organization for economic cooperation development. It's an organization for economic cooperation development. These are their principles. On disclosure and transparency, what to disclose and what to be transparent about. The corporate governance framework should ensure that timely and accurate disclosure is made on all material matters regarding the corporation, okay, including the financial situation, performance, ownership, and governance of the company. So if accurate disclosure is made on all material matters, if it's dealing with the corporation, okay, they're talking about the financial situation, everybody in the organization needs to know, at least the top guys. You agree with me?
Yes.
Shareholders, stakeholders, if you're directors, you need to know what's the financial situation. Performance of the company, of course, if you don't know how's the performance of the company, where are you heading? Okay, ownership and governance. Okay, who's responsible for what? Who's overseeing this? Who's overseeing that? Keep in mind, all this, you need disclosure and you need transparency, of course, for this. A little bit on the meaning of transparency. If we look at financial transparency and governance transparency, financial transparency talking about corporate disclosure, okay, intensity to what level, okay, timeliness of disclosures, how often do you need to disclose this, number of analysts, okay, and media development. When you talk about governance transparency, what is governance? Factors include compensation structure, management motivations, a lot of things that are involved in this. So um, I don't know, because for those of you who are actually running businesses at this point of time, you have got directors, you have got shareholders, you've got stakeholders. How much of transparency goes into it? How much do you need to tell for the other people on the board, on your board of directors or management, to understand and know what is actually happening, to what extent, to what level? This you need to figure out, because if you are sitting somewhere on the top, like Hayati, she's the managing director, she was stressing that earlier, that you need to be open. People need to know what is actually happening. So if anybody is having a problem, I like what she said, to come and talk to her about it, because she's in that position. She's able to sit in that position, and people should be able to go up to her and sit down with her and talk to her if there is an issue. That's also a very big form of transparency. And of course, together with the transparency comes confidentiality also. Okay, she has got to discern what she can tell and what she can't. Okay, so there must be that as well. Right? Okay. Mr. Colin. Mr. Colin, wherefore art thou, Mr. Colin?
Hi, sorry. I just went to use the washroom. My apologies.
Okay.
What was that?
No worries, no worries. I need you to break them into groups again.
Right.
All right. But preferably not in the same groups.
Okay.
Can you just move them around?
Okay. Let's see first. Then I'll try to shuffle.
Yeah. So now, as you go into your groups, all of you, this is your discussion. Have you encountered integrity issues within your organization? So I want you to talk about it. You don't have to be explicit. You don't have to mention names. You don't have to mention anything in detail, but mention what actually happened roughly, and what were your thoughts on it? Did you feel that it was the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do? Please share your thoughts, as Colin is going to break out into groups for this. Thanks, Colin.
Thank you. So 4 rooms again, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, it's mixed. Not, they are not in the same group.
Thanks. Just an opportunity for them to get to know one another.
Yes. Assign Adam to room 3.
as for those people who actually working, at the end of the month they just shove in their ATM card and withdraw the money. 30% decrease from their salary, it's a huge pain in the ass for them, and they know how they don't know how to actually appreciate and find ways to survive and cover up that. So to me, for a businessman, I think it should be okay. It says that it's just a struggle process that you have to go through. That's the only thing. Due to the pandemic stuff. But nothing comes easy on the business. It's not easy way. It's nice to hear, but the inside of running the business is not that straightforward lah.
It's a lot to think about.
Yes, and you need to have,
Plan everything A to Z before even putting your foot forward, you know.
That's right.
So I guess these guys are not here. The others.
Hi. Hi, I'm Irene here.
Are you at the boat or something? Because I can hear all the windy sound.
Oh, I'm in front of my fan. Get me
Right.
for a while.
You want to share your part on the integrity?
Actually, my company is very small, so we just me and my partner. We can't even do anything regarding the integrity.
So
Yeah.
what do you guys do? Top Asia Syndrome Berhad.
Yeah, software development company.
Okay.
We build website and apps for our customer. Yeah.
Irene, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there.
If you just started this website development, or you've been working with someone else before this?
Me and my partner just started this on here. Before that, I was working in Taiwan.
Oh.
Yeah.
So how's the integrity in Thailand?
But just also a very small company, so can't even fix any integrity problem.
Because it's what your end product should be something that is thorough for whatever business that you are doing. That's where your part comes in.
Yeah. I mean, I have very small staff only, so the management part got me problem like this. I also can't aware, right?
So everyone start from the small stuff to big. It's how you say, it's how you drive the business to the next level. That's one of the areas. I used to do these custom solutions for our clients back, but we pivoted our business into a product that we have on the shelf, because we find it that developing software for our clients it's not a win-win situation for us, because you can't really sell the product. That's one of the areas, and it's pretty customized, custom solution made for them, and can't use for other people. So we decide to pivot the business and come up with our own on-the-shelf kind of product, and everyone can use that as a platform to, for example, like accounting, HR, and so on. And the customization comes into later, and you can actually sell the product to any other customers. So yeah, it's quite interesting, but preparing doing this customer solution with clients is a bit headache though. So who are your clients in Asia? I mean, most of them are privates or public?
Private, more of their startup company actually.
Okay. You focus more on the websites.
Yeah, website or apps.
Apps, I see.
Yep.
You're based in KL?
Yeah, KL.
Okay. Cool. Interesting.
I think you should think about that. We can see. I mean, this an advice from someone have been experienced in software development business. So it's good that you should think of on the shelf kind of product that you can actually sell rather than doing the customized solutions. Because customized solution it's a huge headache that you have to go through dealing with clients, understanding their work process, the policy, and sometimes you can do this and you could do that. And working with private sectors, they spend very little money and a lot of work for you guys to complete. I mean, I'm sure you're gonna agree with me all the things that I said.
Yeah, we're also facing problem like this.
Yeah, so based on my experience, this is my advice to you, your team. So try to come up with a product on the shelf that you can actually sell it to mass consumer or even customer itself. So
Cool. Thank you.
But then it's good also to do customized solution at the early stage for experience purpose, because you need that experience also, right?
I think integrity really plays an important role, not just in our business, but in our daily life, our relationship and everything. So if you want to have a company yang last longer with loyal staff and everything, integrity comes first.
Even
franchise, right? Then starts to go around telling all the members, right? Hey, okay, I have now registered this trademark. It is under me now. So you guys have to pay your royalties to me, blah 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 blah. And he's also charging a lot of other fees as well, right? Which made the rest of the franchisees very displeased, and also we felt that there is not much support services being provided for him to justify charging these kind of money. So basically, he just took over the bad guy role from the international master franchisor instead. So yeah, what happened next was that I just gathered the rest of the people. We rebranded ourselves because I think brand image, right? It's very important. By being so unethical and so focused on profits at the expense of another thing as well. Why we found out that the person has lost his integrity, right? Because remember when I said that he registered his trademark, we went to the check the application of the trademark. It actually got rejected, so nobody owns it. So you can tell what kind of person that guy is, lah. So we took the opportunity to rebrand ourselves, give ourselves a whole new image. And yeah, I think it worked out very well for us in the end, because we ultimately want to be honest in our dealings and be a very trustworthy name to our customers, because look, our customers are parents and they also want to have a good role model for their kids as well, because they send their kids to us. So yeah, that's my sharing in terms of my experience with my dealings with other people without integrity. Thank you.
The test kan? You need equipment or something?
Yeah, we need a card.
You need a card.
A
Where
card.
do you get the card?
From the trainer?
From the trainer.
Actually, you boleh buat from their website, but written is not very accurate.
I see.
So bila you pakai card, sebenarnya the usage of the card is because dia nak bypass your cognitive. Dia nak pergi ke you punya subconscious mind. That is in order to identify you punya brain colour lah.
And this card you have to buy or something?
When you pay for the class, you akan dapat lah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I think I have the card lah. Nak tunggu.
Yeah, and again, thank you so much to all our mentors, Denise, Pete, Jeffrey. Thank you for your time. We have over time, but thanks for your passion and patience with our founders, your energy, and your precious time. Our founders, thank you.
Mr. Jude?
Yes, Mr. Colin.
Was he talking or did I mute him or was he in a different
No, I think he's in a different conversation.
Oh, okay.
All right. Give them another 5 minutes and then 9 o'clock, we pull them back.
Okay.
Thanks, Colin. Thank you.
Not to become a trainer actually. It's to apply in your organization. You need to be a certified trainer juga.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Tinggal nak apply je. Okay. Tak apalah, nanti Fatimah dapatkan je lah.
Aiyo.
Certification lah.
Ada siapa nak kongsi lagi ke pengalaman integriti tu ke?
I think the room number 1 has almost concluded their topic.
Okay.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah, another 2 or 3 minutes, then we just pull them back.
Right.
I think her name is what? Haniza.
Fatima was on the.
I think she's in. Just now she was in group 1, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
They're talking about our friend Davidson.
Oh, okay, Fatima. The color coding and all that, right?
Yeah, I think it was so nice because I just engaged with them on that. Something interesting to see that people actually know what this is about. I think she's in group 1, if I'm not mistaken, because that's the group I just left.
Yeah. Also, just because Intan asked me to sign her up in the same group, so I don't know how I ended up there also.
Fatima has actually attended the program on this color thingy.
Right.
So she has identified which kind of a personality she is and how she works.
Okay.
That's so cool. That's so smooth.
2 more minutes.
And then we pull them back.
Right. Okay. Anissa is back. They exited themselves.
I was wondering how long is it going to be?
Welcome back. No, you just have another minute. Right. No worries. Welcome back. Welcome back. I think you can pull them out, Colin.
Right. Okay.
Thanks.
They got 60 seconds. Wow.
Niza looks like a very boss yang garang.
I am lah bro. I am very fierce person.
Takut lah nak kerja dengan you nanti.
Better not.
Scary.
I'm the most wanted man in my team members.
Yeah. That means that you are not a scary person. That means that you attract people to you.
Aduh.
Sekadar tunjuk je that you're so strict, so stern kot.
The first impression, yes, people might
Dalam
think that
hati ada taman.
dalam hati ada taman.
That was cute.
That's one of my founder. Haikal. So he's one of our founder.
Hello.
Hi.
So he's involved on the operational part of it of Pasar Kita.
Yeah. See, you've got so cool business partners, man. Ooh, yeah.
Okay lah. I hate the corporate life, so we decide to get out from the corporate life and enjoy nature by doing this Pasar Kita.
You should all find out more what this is all about.
Check out.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I welcome all of you back. Just a few questions. The discussions that you had just now, perhaps maybe one or two of you would like to share some of the thoughts. Please feel free to share. Tak payahlah panggil-panggil, you all dah dewasa kan? Aduh. Buat malu je lah. You all decide quickly. Somebody open your mouth and speak. Kalau tak, besok kena denda.
Join kalau macam mana nak denda.
The new faces, sir. The new faces who just came in.
New faces.
Same face only.
Hiding behind, now only can see a few.
Yeah, wait, but I'm reaching out to some of them are just keeping quiet. Irene.
Hi.
Yeah, can you share, Irene?
But actually, our company is just me and my partner, 2%. So we didn't have facing any problem on this integrity problem.
In the past?
In the past also to have, because, sorry, because we are in a small company, but I'm also a very like small staff, in a low level staff. That's why. If the management level people are doing anything like illegal thing, I also never aware of them, right?
You see?
Yeah.
That unawareness, huh?
Yeah.
That unawareness. That's scary as well. Anybody else? Fatima, do you have to be of a specific color to have integrity issues?
No, you don't need to.
It can happen to anyone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but does the color play a role in whether you're going to do something convenient, or whether you're going to have something that's going to do something right? Does the color have an effect on that?
The color actually, it's your processor. It's like a computer. How you work, how you make decision, how you do your work. Basically like that. It does not have any relation to your personality or your emotional driver. It's a total different thing.
Okay. Anyone else? Aaron?
Yes. As for me, like I mentioned just now in my discussion, my company is built off based on the integrity issue. Basically, we saw a problem in the industry where integrity was a common occurrence, and I decided to start up a company and try to solve this problem.
Hmm.
So our job is to unify and educate people on our products and how we can, make the product price cheaper and more accessible to everyone.
Okay. So guys, we do realize that how important integrity is. Otherwise, I think it doesn't matter whether you are doing business with your family, friends, or whoever it is. The integrity part starts with you, not with anybody else. And the sooner we realize that, the better we will all be. Right? So I'm going to carry on. Now, for those of us who have worked in companies or with corporate, wherever that we have come from, we know that management committees and we have responsibilities also that come along with it. So I mean, I'm just looking at the fact that if you expand your business or even if you are doing a particular task at the moment, you have a certain role and you have a certain responsibility that comes with it also. So let's look at some of the responsibilities of the committee. If you look at the audit and compliance committee, how many of you actually do audit or have experience doing audit? Anybody? Can you share? Anyone?
Small auditing adalah for companies, small medium companies, but for bigger company, no experience.
Okay. What's your experience in doing audit? I mean, I do audit, so I do ISO audit, so I come from that background. Just ask you, I mean, what's your experience like?
For the SME, is pretty straightforward. It's more like the revenue, your EBITDA, and how much your tax, and how much your net profit, that kind of auditing things that I'm involved in. But when it comes to internal audit or different kind of audit, management or bigger organization, MNC company audit, that kind of stuff, not experienced, never exposed myself into it.
Okay. You see, thanks for sharing that, Niza, right?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. See, I've already charmed your voice already. Okay, so adding on to what Niza just said, I just want to tell you guys something. Auditing and the compliance part, it's so vital for anything that you're planning to do. You can't run from the audit because whatever that you have, whatever, it can be financial audit, it can be even risk assessments or whatever. Everything must be in place. You have to have proper documents. You have to have accountability for it. You can't just simply do business out of the blue, even accounts for that matter. You can't just, even if you run a sole proprietorship company, Puganes, yours is a sole proprietorship, right?
Yeah,
Okay, who does your accounts, Puganes?
I haven't done yet. After this, I'm going to do.
Yeah. So how will you know that you're doing your accounts correctly, whether you're doing it right or wrong?
Don't know.
Yeah. So please, yesterday you attended Mr. Ilango's class, right?
Yeah.
Seek help from him, seek coaching from him, find out how to do your accounts, or speak to somebody who can help you to do the accounts also.
Thank you, sir.
Learn how to do it.
Yes, sir, sure.
Because if we learn how to do it, then at least we know where we stand with this also.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
That is the main purpose and to it.
yeah. So now today you've learned other things also.
Yeah.
It's about doing things right, not doing things which are convenient. Don't take the accounts and give it to somebody and say, let them do. Because if they do the accounts wrongly also, then you won't know. I think it's always best that we learn how to do the accounts.
That means we do our own, because normally I have heard that they will assign somebody to do the accounts. And
Yeah,
then
you can.
pay.
You can.
Which is the
Okay.
best way? That we,
A small entity right now, so you can do your own accounts, so that at least you will have a check balance and you know what your costing is and everything. You don't need a outsource to do it at this level lah.
Oh.
Maybe once you start growing and you 10 people or so, then you can outsource it.
Yeah, you're right, Tile. I mean, we should take the initiative to learn. You're right. So learn, Puganis. Even if
Okay,
it's a
sir.
small
Good,
thing,
thank
also
you.
just learn.
Okay, sure, sir.
Seek help. I mean, we are going to be with you guys for some months. So if you all need assistance, ask.
Definitely, I'll call all this Ilonggo sir, and then
Yeah.
don't know after this who's going to come.
You will see my face again tomorrow, so don't be disappointed.
Oh yeah, I remember he shared about the accountancy app. Maybe you can use that. Thanks.
Yeah, I have gone through yesterday night after the session, so I feel a bit convenient also. Try to
Good.
do it.
Nice. Please learn, and as I said, if you give the accounts to somebody else to do it also, you must be able to sit down and check it and see whether it is correct or not. That's why the
That's what
auditing.
I do and see.
Yeah, learn how to do it. So
Okay, sure.
see whether we are complying. Every committee has got its own roles and responsibilities. So in any company, Tile, you've been in HR. Even in HR, we do auditing.
Yep.
We do evaluation for risk. We follow compliance. You get internal auditors doing audit, and you get external auditors coming and auditing also.
Yeah.
So,
but for a 1 year or 1 year company, do we need to have all these, what do you call this, responsibilities for the committee in terms of financial reporting, internal control? What should we focus on as a company that is less than 5 years or maybe 3 years old?
Okay, very
so
good
that
question.
would be something very useful for us to focus on rather than thinking the big picture of the responsibility of the committee.
Yeah.
Very good. Very, very, very good question. Very, very good question. I give you my 2 cents worth because I mean, I run my own business as well, so I can just tell you this. First thing, it's about the accounting is one part of it that you need to focus on, of course, because without the finances, nothing runs. Okay. Compliance. For me, it's always about the compliance. So you need to have some written SOPs, some written SIs, okay, to clearly indicate what needs to be done, who is responsible for what. That compliance bit must be there. That's when you can actually see whether things are being followed or otherwise. So if you ask me, besides the finance bit, as I mentioned just now, because finance controls everything, the compliance bit, I will tell you that if you get the compliance in place, everything else will fall into place. Anybody else wants to share their thought? You're free to share. Please give your input. It should not be one way.
Well, in my experience, audit doesn't just work financially. For example, we do inventory audits.
Okay.
Just to check on our stock balance.
Mm.
That's a kind of audit, but it does not affect the financial reporting. It's more of the internal control procedure that we do. This is to check whether you have your stock correctly written down, whether you have the right amounts or is something missing. This is where you can check and figure out and adjust every day. I would recommend every day, but I know most of us are busy. So maybe weekly or monthly would do.
I know who to find now. Aaron will be a nice person to do auditing for inventory.
Can I just say something? Yes, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Because some of us, I'm sure there's an inventory kind of activity that you need to streamline the SOP, right?
Yes. Aaron knows. Aaron was my student, is my student. Catch him. He has got a lot to share, a lot to teach you guys and share as well. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So we are at the next slide, looking at the audit committee role in review of internal controls. This is another thing. Before we do any external controls, please make sure that your internal controls are in place first. Don't try to control the external factors when you haven't controlled the internal things within the organization. You will fail big time if you do this. Solve issues, internal issues first before you go out and try to solve external issues. Right? That's why you see the audit committee role in review of internal control. What are we doing internally? Our corporate governance, is it in place? Do we have our processes all, is it clear? Is it visible? Does everybody know what is their role? What is their function? We need to find out all these things first and have all these things in place. That's why this internal control is so important. Okay, most people want to try and solve things which are outside, external. But in reality, if the internal things are not sorted, how can you solve the outside things? Okay, so keep this in mind. Yeah, when we talk about compensation, this is another sticky area. Those of you who are now company owners, you are directors, you're managing directors, you're shareholders and all that. So how are you managing this in terms of compensation, remuneration? I see Tilesh is just shaking her head like this. What's happening?
Yeah, it's something that, you start a business and then you're just trying to make some profit first, and then slowly you get into doing the accounts. Then after 1.5 years, you realize you never took salary for yourself. So
Been there.
yeah. So yeah, that is
Very true, very true.
one side is if you put the salary thing in, whether your business is running sufficient enough to pay you out, that's another. It's a confusing state still.
I think it happens to everybody.
It's the startup, what do you call it?
The initial phase.
Syndrome.
Yeah, it's the initial phase. So you have to make sacrifices.
Yeah.
Diana, you want to say something?
Me?
Yeah, your thoughts, please.
Just wondering, like for enterprise, I think I already asked this to Mr. Lango as well yesterday, right? Because like for enterprise, because it's like sole op, right? Sole proprietor. So how does it work? It's because like for earlier part of this year when I ran my business, I did not assign salary for myself. And then whatever profit that we have inside the company, well not company, the business account, then I just use it for my personal, because at that time I have no understanding of business and accounting and stuff, right? So I didn't assign salary for myself. So I wonder how, since I plan to report, our accounts for tax purposes next year, I wonder how, am I going to be penalized for that, or how does it work to make up past mistake?
You won't be penalized, but just out of curiosity, you managed to break even the first year itself.
Yeah, we make a lot of profit.
Okay. So then
because the business model that I created, because I did like small ventures in the past. I lost a lot of money as well in the past. So I try to go with zero cost model as much as possible. So everything is like digital, basically. Digital, and then low cost, almost to nothing, next to nothing cost, and then generate profit, basically. Yeah.
So this is through experience as well, huh?
Yes.
Through experience. So I think now that you can see that you're able to generate profit, then you better start setting aside how much is your income or your salary for a month, and start working on that.
Yeah. So my mistake was like earlier this year, not only myself, we also have like employees, but we didn't assign it as salary. You know, we're supposed to, you know, by right, we're supposed to register them for KWSP, for SOXO, and then for you know, different things, and then, you know, make everything formal. But yeah, I didn't know about that initially.
Yeah, you see, you can be penalized for those things. You have to be
Yes.
careful with this, huh?
Yeah, because
because
that was just like part time, and we give them commission. It's not like full time, but yeah. So.
But even if they're part-time, SOXO comes into play.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you have to be very careful with this. SOXO comes into play because should anything happen to them, you will be held liable.
But even if we run like an online business, for example, where we have like drop ships and stuff, does the business have accountability towards people who are like, they're not what do you call it?
Because they're not full-time employees and they're not at your premise, correct?
Yeah. How
This is currently being deliberated. I mean, in my HR networking groups, this is actually a kind of a hot topic that's being discussed all the time, every time.
Yeah.
I don't know where we're going with this, but the truth is, I think so long as people are actually working, and whether they're working remotely or otherwise, if there are certain contributions that need to be made for them, you have to do it. This is just my 2 cents worth, because it's still work.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's still work. So their contributions must be done, and whatever wages is paid to them is paid to them. But it's still being deliberated, because
but drop ships maybe not so, because drop ship, we don't have like a commitment towards each other. Even drop ship, like they can just disappear anytime, right? But maybe certain core employees that we have, then maybe so I don't know how does that work, because we work with a lot of different people, and
I mean, don't take all of them and put them on your payroll, huh?
No. Because it's a commission based. A lot of it's
Just be extra careful with that.
There are only certain people in our team, like our admin, we have our team leaders that are core team members that are that I think.
Yeah, so also make sure that your whatever letters that you send out, your appointment letters, or putting them, giving them specific roles and responsibilities, everything is clear in black and white. Then you safeguard yourself.
Yeah, because the people that I hire, because it just started, right? So it's mostly closest family members and friends. But still, in terms of business, so I think we are quite professional. Like for example, there were family members that were in our business in the past, but they did not perform, and then they had to be. They have to be ejected,
Wow.
I mean, if because if we have teams that are performing, right, and then because at Swag Sarang we are honest and halal, this include every step of the way, including our team members. If they don't perform, no matter how close our blood is, for example, but doesn't matter, right? We care about performance, about people who delivers, basically.
The online business is they're discussing whether it's going to be taxed. So moving forward, if it's going
She's lagging.
should be a black and white already.
Yeah, I think it's safe to have it in black and white, and we don't wait for authorities to tell us that now you start contributing, or you should have contributed 6 months ago.
Yeah, it's something that I just learned as well. Yeah, that's why one of the reasons why I joined this program is because I want to learn more about this governance.
Good. I'm glad you're here. So I have a question. So if you're going to create a remuneration package for yourself, how are you going to create this?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest,
how are you going to create it?
For me, it depends. Okay, I attended like another course recently. It says that to give remuneration for yourself, we need to we have to calculate our own commitment. what is my commitment? Like, what do I need to pay my house or my car using the salary? And then that's how much. It shouldn't, there should be a nice balance to it. It shouldn't be too much. It shouldn't be too little as well, right? Because at the end of the day, you still need to roll a lot of the profit back into the business in order for you to expand or to grow your business. I don't know. There should be a fine balance, because at the end of the day, your paycheck would be your personal, what do you call it? Your personal presence for your banker, right? That is for your, if you want to, for example, purchase property or whatever. So of course, there's gonna be you have to pay tax at the end of the day, and then there's difference between income tax and, I mean, if enterprise doesn't matter, but if you are Sdn Bhd, I don't know. For me, I think yeah, it comes back to your commitment, and as well as how much profit you make from the business.
Would anyone question you? I mean, in your organization, you're sole proprietorship, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So 100% owned by you.
Yes.
So no one questions you. No one. I don't think anybody is there to question you on your specific remuneration. If there's anything that is for you, correct?
Oh.
Would
Yeah.
there be anybody? Have you assigned a committee or anything of that sort, a board or someone?
We don't, but then the leaders in our I'm quite transparent. So even the accounts, right? I review it with our team leaders. So even though it's just a sole proprietor business, but our business operation is very transparent. So we have team leaders, and then I mean a few people that are really close that give their time, blood, tears, and soul for the business as well. So they can see the accounts, and then we all know how much everyone is paid, and yeah, we discuss the finance of our business. When we're small, but yeah, we do discuss, because there's a lot of people involved. I mean, stakeholders we have, so we need to make sure that the business is sustainable. It's not,
so quite transparent in that sense, huh?
Yeah, very, because yeah, I build this business, even though it's owned by me, but in fact the business is owned by a lot of people, right? By the staff that works hard for it. Yeah, our team basically. So, and the sustainability of the business is not just our personal sustainability, but our team, also our business partners. Like even today, some of our business partner contact us and say, they're in trouble, they're trying to do sale, and then it's not working, and then they ask us to help them with it. So our business, it's not just us, not just me, even though it's one person's name on the papers, it's a lot of people. Yeah. Sorry if I bore you guys. So.
Hey, you're not boring anyone. What you're sharing is fruitful for everyone to listen to. Please, we are not here to bore one another. We are here to actually engage, to share our experiences and learn. This is the platform for you to learn.
Yeah. I have so much to learn. I don't know a lot of things. Yeah,
we are not here to bore one another. I don't think any of us are bored. If we are bored, something is wrong somewhere. Because this is actually a very crucial, vital area for you to learn. Okay, so we cannot afford to be in that position. So reaching out to everyone, if you have a committee that is solely going to sit down to work on compensation or remuneration, most companies have it, but also it depends on the size of your organization. If you are a sole proprietor and you're the only one, then I don't think it really works out very well. But if you're Sdn Bhd and you have got companies, you've got committees, you've got boards inside there, different people sitting inside it, then it's a different story altogether also. Okay, and of course, this remuneration package, why I actually asked Diana this question was because it must be justified. Okay, of course, if it's your own business, if you're the only one holding the whole thing, then it's fine. But if you have got others and they are sitting on a board and they start questioning the kind of remuneration that you receive, and they have authority to question you, then this is a different ballgame altogether. So it also depends on who's sitting where. So of course, and for salary, and we talk about salary compensation benefits and all that, we also look at what's available in the market, and we follow trends because there are guidelines to be followed. Okay, that's why the Employment Act is also there.
Sorry, is this remuneration is the same with the company staff handbook?
Um, okay, if you have a company where you have a separate department for HR, okay, and in that employee handbook, you have already indicated this will be the basics starting, and this is the percentage, and all that is clear. Yes, so you have it in that either in the employment letter or in the employee handbook. The guidelines are already stipulated there.
Okay.
Just to be clear, so that at least we know what we are dealing with when when we are faced with this kind of issues. Now, again, touching on the committee proper, when we look at board of directors and all that, again, this is another crucial thing that needs to be taken into account. Look at people's skills and characteristics, their abilities. Most of the time, this is forgotten. You get people who are sitting, I mean, I've worked, so we all know, we get people who are sitting on the board, but they have no knowledge of interaction, human development. They have got no knowledge of that, and they are deciding on your salary, and they are deciding on your bonus, and they have never evaluated your work performance ever, or never done work performance evaluation before. So how can this be possible? This is where they can make mistakes and things can go wrong. All right, so you need people with skills, and you have to have people with certain character also. I liked what again, to stress what Hayati said earlier. Being the managing director, anyone can come to her and speak to her. So that speaks a lot about her skills and her character. It speaks volumes about her. So this is something that we just can't simply nominate people to sit into certain things. Don't ask somebody to do finance if the person does not have any knowledge of finance. It'll turn out to be a daylight disaster. All right, so get the right people. I know a lot of companies who have put finance and HR in the same, under the same director. I disagree with that big time. Finance is finance, HR is HR. I don't know how finance and HR got together and became one. I don't know how they got married. I haven't the faintest idea. Okay, but I think most companies, why? Because salary comes from finance. They are the ones processing. So HR needs to work closely with finance, and it's about leave and this and that. Eventually, you found that the same director sits for both. No, I think intelligent companies have actually split it. The non-intelligent ones are still doing the same thing. All right, there must be some reason. I don't know. Maybe it's a cost issue. It could be a lot of factors that they may be taking into consideration. Right.
Excuse me, may I ask something about that? Because you did mention that you disagree for any company to have finance and HR under the same director, right? What are the bad effect of that?
Okay, you see, a finance person, I mean, I'll speak from my own experience.
Okay.
A finance director, okay, he or she better have knowledge in human resource. If you ask the finance director to make decisions which are related to human resource, and he's a finance guy, he's going to make mistakes. You agree with me?
What example of mistake that he or she tends to do?
It can be salary, it can be promotion, it can be even staff evaluation, it can be appraisals, because they're finance people. They work with figures. We have got finance guys in here also, right? How many of you are from finance? Let me just, anybody from finance? Finance background? Okay. T, I have a question, T. If I were to give you HR work to do, you want to do or not?
Uh,
Oh, his
judging
eyes just went up.
judging from this lesson, no.
Yeah, because are you well versed? Are you trained? Are you groomed in HR?
No, but again, the company I'm in right now, it's so small, so
Yeah.
I do it anyway.
Yeah, that's why I
But
said.
that's due to a lack of choice.
Yeah. Now you
As
have
we
no,
grow
not much of an
larger,
alternative, right?
yeah, as we grow larger, definitely, we will want to segregate
Yeah.
things better.
Yeah, it's safer because don't get into areas that we don't know.
Yeah, I think you are right, but I think your, sorry to say, I think your suggestions maybe is applicable to maybe established company or
Yeah.
big company. So
Small
like
companies.
we are, yeah, like we SMEs company, like myself also, So I personally, I have my finance and HR, the same girl, the same lady, But of course, I myself will monitor every.
Of course.
So I mean, to me at this moment, at this point, I don't see any problems when I combine finance and HR. Because when it comes to finance, my finance staff just only help me to make payment, prepare for the invoice, and sort of things, But when it comes to decision making, how much to pay, when to pay, is still back to me. So I
Yeah.
think for the SME
For
company like my
SME is
company,
okay.
yeah, I think should be okay. But yours may be applicable for the bigger company or multinational company. So
But
that's
Hayati,
yeah,
just a word of caution: as you keep growing,
yeah.
okay, as your company keeps growing,
Mhm.
and the number of employees increase, all right. Maybe now you're saying it's 20 something. Maybe later it becomes 40 something, 50
Yeah.
something, or even more. I think then it will be proper to sit down and think about
Yeah,
splitting it.
yeah, I understand. So that's why currently we have our accountant.
Yeah.
So my accountant will come every month to prepare the P&L for us, and then discuss. He or she always keep in touch with me here and there just to make sure our P&L is done properly. So I think at this moment, like my company, I don't see any big issue combining HR and finance at the same time, because we have our appointed accountant to monitor our company. So
And
besides,
you are one of those special people who has this ability. Being the managing director, you are involved in everything. So your staff are lucky they have you.
yeah, why?
They're fortunate because you're
Yeah,
involved.
yeah.
So
I
they're
have to
very
involve.
fortunate. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're lucky. Now, some companies you notice that the MDs don't get involved; they just leave it to everybody else to run. Okay,
No.
so you are a very responsible person. So
Investor, I'm the shareholder of the company.
yeah,
So that's why I have to take it seriously. Every single cent is counted,
yeah. So that's so awesome. That's actually really fantastic. Okay. So again, the finance committee. Why do we need a finance committee? I think it's quite clear cut. Okay. Finance. You don't have the finance thing in place, don't expect anything else to run. If your financial records, your financial statements, all that must clearly indicate what's actually the current status of your company. That's why the accounts must be done correctly. Bank reconciliation statements, looking at it, what do you have? How are you going to sustain? Stuff like this is your sustainability, and all these things need to be seen. And the finance committee is important. If you don't have a finance committee, like in Hayati's case, she's talking about she has an accountant who does all this and who's sitting down with her on a monthly basis. So it's clear cut. So it's easy for her to venture to move forward. Okay, so have that in place. These are different committees that you can have as your company goes forward, moves on, okay, in years to come. Okay, I need to break you all into groups again. All right. I don't know whether is Colin around or not. Colin,
Yes,
are you
I'm
there?
here. I'm here. I'm here.
Right. Okay. This is the final break for them. So Colin, I need you to break them up all again.
Done.
Okay. This is your discussion. Huh?
So we have our group.
Boss, how are you, boss?
Good, good, good.
You went to fetch the girls,
Yep.
Okay. If they have this question, they know what they're supposed to do, right? Let me just go and check.
Yes, please.
That's another thing.
Shall I broadcast in the group?
Can also.
Okay, let me do it.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Why?
I closed the group. Hey guys, my apologies. I accidentally brought you guys out of the room. I'm gonna go back again. Sorry, sorry.
Yeah, suddenly pushed out.
Send
Oh my
them
God.
back. Send them back.
Okay.
Dah keluar.
Tengah cakap dah keluar dah tiba-tiba.
Baru nak intro. Tu start balik.
Asnawi is not in his chair.
Mana budak ni?
Asnawi.
I think we wait for him to come back.
He's a grooming trainer.
Asnawi.
Yep.
He's awesome. Lah. I must connect with all. There's so many of them in here that I need to connect with.
You are in the group?
Yeah, I need to connect with. I need to sit down and talk to people.
Right.
They are awesome, man.
Maybe today's experience, but I'm still a kind of taken back because there are few have left the group. I mean, have not sit through the program
Today.
Yeah, but then again, initially we did discuss about this. Even if it's a 50 percentage, we can show them SME. It is good. Yeah, Asnavi's chair is moving. My God.
He's back. Chair is moving, but he's not there.
Yeah, that's why. Asnavi, calling once.
Calling twice. Asnavi. Asnavi, oh Asnavi. Is he playing hide and seek with us or what?
I don't know whether it's him or his kids. Oh yeah. Hey, Asnavi.
Kita tengah cari you ni Asnavi.
Oh. Junior Asnavi is here. Yeah.
Sekejap, tengah bergigi anak. Sekejap. Masih tidur dia.
Okay.
How many left, Colin? Two, three.
Two. One fella today who joined, Mervin. The fella is not there.
Okay.
Then who else? I mean, the thing is, people all are Jai. The fella is sitting and dreaming, I guess.
Okay.
But looks I think Adam is he around?
Who is Adam? I haven't seen anyone.
Adam is the guy who said apologized that he is also not there.
But then my life goes on. The rest of them are here.
No, the thing is, talking about SME, I'm just scratching my head ready. How am I gonna answer to these people? Aslami, you are supposed to join a group. Okay, he has gone. So
I think this is something common that happens in almost every other training program also, right? Especially online now where you have no control.
Yes. So now how are they gonna take my word against? They have to solely rely on my word.
I'm sure you're going to do an evaluation, right?
Yeah.
I think do an evaluation for every session.
Oh, every session. Okay.
It's still not too late because you can still give out to them for like tomorrow over to get them to fill up the evaluation. And they can fill it up online and send it back to you also with a link or something like that.
Okay.
And then from there you can actually pick up, because without that evaluation also, how are you going to justify to SME?
Yep. SME has their own template for the end of the whole session. You need to give, participants has to give their own evaluation.
That's something else. But for your own review?
Yeah. It's just that I'm just reaching out, picking up here and there who are vocal. I'll just ask what's the feedback like. Did ask Hansa, Pasar Kita, he didn't respond. Rest all said okay. So it's just that I'm having an integrity issue here.
Sorry?
Now I am facing with an integrity issue.
Why?
See, now approval is for 20. All came in. Then one fella, yesterday he joined, the second day he left. Now, I've already started the class. Now, how am I gonna claim? Would I be? Should I claim that fella, or should I just forget about it?
What are the other service providers doing? I'm sure they have got dropouts as well.
From my side, only I am the one who started the program.
Oh, the rest have not started.
No.
Bravo. So fantastic.
There's 10 providers. 5 of us are from one group. So of all that 5, I'm the first one to run the class. Another fella is supposed to start on this weekend. And he is going on a weekend class, like our initial plan. But I'm looking at it, if for 4 hours itself, these people are like so restless, how are these people going to sit for 10 hours weekend classes? Somehow it's a weekend when you have so much of a distraction. You want to go here and there. I don't know. Things has been informed to everybody. It's just that they are, even SME have clearly stated it's a 40 hours program. Then when they signed up and they hear about this, it's like, oh, is that a 40 hours? Some are coming in with the thought of a one-day program.
Okay, it'll be a one-day program.
Exactly.
Okay, it'll be a one-day program.
But we have some quality people who are there, like T, the football academy. He is all out there, and we have Tile. Tile is a friend of mine, and she's gonna sit through. And we have Aaron there. Diana is there. Fatima. These people are all participants.
After today, I think you'll have more people that will remain. I'm not saying that because of anything, because I know what I'm doing.
Right. Even just now, my wife came to shower the youngest one upstairs. So she also looked at it and she said, maybe Ilango didn't know how to engage the crowd. I said, I agree there. But the problem is with Ilango is that he opened too much. He was not in control of the group. The group was in control of him.
That cannot happen.
So
you see, I don't get questions being thrown at me like this.
So that was one of the issues that he faced. Anyways, but besides
but never mind. The past is the past. So
yeah, the low fella, I don't know, when he is complaining like this today, yesterday, and when you are not even there, you are bloody, I think he's conducting his own virtual meeting or programs. I don't know what he's doing there.
But what to do?
That's one of the things.
No, it's this the disadvantage of having virtual. You see, for me, I know I do a certain part, I pull them all out, you throw them all over the place, they are all engaged because there's so much of conversation going on. And then when you bring them back, they have come back, they are they're attentive. The hours have gone by. Do you realize it's going to be 10 o'clock?
Yes. I'm keeping track because I need to go and pick the girls. I think today by this time all Diana was dozing off. Both Yatis was dozing off.
Today, I like it that they ask questions and I'm also engaging with them, because this is what this is supposed to be about. This is a learning curve for them, and we are also learning from it.
Yes.
So this is how, I don't know, I think this is what interaction is about.
I think from what I'm hearing on a third party basis, they still want to know how do this all, how can this be implemented into their enterprise or small business? That's what they want to hear from us. Right.
They have to start.
Yes.
That's why got assignment. Your assignment last module. The last handout got. Don't worry, last slide you see the assignment.
Okay. Intan assign.
You haven't come to the last slide yet.
Done.
They're going to hate me when they see the last slide.
Okay.
I think you can pull them back already.
Right. Okay. I just broadcast.
Bring them back.
Time now. 10. Room 2 and room 1 is still active, or 3. I think they have some very important things to discuss. 2 seconds. Okay, all I got it back.
You know, running business is a very lonely journey.
Your hands are full.
You have friends to talk to sometimes, even though it's a stranger, which is best.
Yeah, you never know when the business opportunity will arise, right?
No, it's more like having someone to lend ears.
Okay. What do you do, Lo?
Oh, I run a software development outsourcing business and also working on setting up a tech talent training business.
Oh, okay. That's
Low
interesting.
and Thought Asia, same.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks. Can call me Hislick.
Hislick, huh?
Hislick, yeah.
Hislick. Nice name.
Thanks.
Is everyone back?
Yes, everyone is back. But chat is still running.
Huh?
Chat box. Okay, class is open. All are back.
All are back, huh?
Yep.
All right. Okay. Okay, welcome back. Okay. Quick question. Did you guys have a fruitful discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, very much.
Please share before we move on.
Based on your question, in my opinion, I thought that internal audit team is necessary. But when I spoke with Mr. Aaron and Mr. T just now, they mentioned that it would be a cost for SME company to have an internal audit. So if you are a multinational company, then it would be better. It would be good to have internal audit for you to prepare for the external audit. But for SME, it is not necessary.
Fantastic. That's why I posed the question, because I want you to start thinking and getting input from the rest as well. We, as an SME, you have to look into cost factors because we're still small. So we have to be conscious of our spending also. Fantastic. Anyone else?
Yeah, can I share? I think I beg to differ. Because we had a discussion just now. So it is true that okay, it depends on the size of the company, and also to me, it depends on the objective of the company. Even though we are
Right.
SMEs, even though we are SME, sometimes maybe we think far, you know. So for example, my company, we're a manufacturing company, we are looking to build a company with ISO certifications. So in
Fantastic.
order to get that, so of course we have to do internal audit. We had tried earlier, do on our own to cut costs, but I think we encountered problems. So at the end, we decided to hire consultant to help us to do internal audit as well as on.
Mm.
So I think it doesn't matter if SMEs or not SME or multinational company. It depends on your objective.
Yes, you're right.
So where you
Also.
want to go, you know. So if you don't want to go, I mean, you don't. If like my company, I really need the ISO certification. It's very good for me to convince my international clients in the future. You know, that's why I decided to prepare right from now.
You're going
For
for
that.
ISO 9001, is it?
Yes, yeah, I'm
Okay.
preparing for that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing audit to get ISO certification endorsement, then internal audit you must do. Then you need to engage somebody. Of course, it depends on what is your objective. You're right. But if you are running a small time business and it's a cost factor, then you have to think now from different angles. It's good. Hayati, thanks for sharing that. Anyone else with any other suggestions, input? You like to add on, anyone?
Just a sharing.
Yeah, please.
That if you are in a category where you are small and then cost is a factor for you to get to set up an internal audit. I think you can do audit on your own, but then my advice, you have to start putting a system, a documentation right from day one.
Yeah.
For example, in how to control the bill of materials that is coming in, and how do you control the bill of materials coming out, things like that. So it has to be from day one. Otherwise, you will lose track of everything in no time.
Yeah, that's why you have to have policies in place. Control must be there also, correct? You have to have all the standards, compliance, all these things must be in place. That's why if you want to do things right, start from the beginning, do it right. If you're doing things wrongly from the start, don't expect things to become right somewhere halfway through. It won't happen. Start right and things will fall into place. This is important. Okay. I'm going to move on with the controls and policies. What are controls and policies? We look at this part where we talk about compliance, again, always on law and regulations. Look at this. Strategy and business talks to you about innovation, growth, value creation, window to market, network connections. There's tons of things for you to look at. Even if I'm going to share this with you after the session is over. I'm going to post it in the group. Spend some time looking at it, see what works for you, see what is actually necessary for you. There will be things, if you're looking to attend this program and you want to actually become more innovative and you want to move forward, this will also help you quite a bit. Okay, it'll help you to a very great extent. Look at it. Okay. This one also explaining to you, why does corporate governance matter for growth and development? Explains to you in detail, step by step. Okay, increase access to financing. We look at lower cost of capital and higher valuation before investment for growth. A lot of things. Okay, a lot of things indicated here. I encourage you, please read. If you are in doubt, you can always come back to me. You can always personal message me and ask me. So, but I need you to also read as well, because I don't want to end up reading from the slides. Yeah, if you look at principles based versus rules based, which one works, which one doesn't? Okay, which is a better thing for you to follow? Again, please take time to read this also, because it's important areas for you to see. Okay, when you work based on principles, what kind of outcomes are you looking at? And if you work based on rules, what kind of outcomes are you looking at? Comparisons. Okay, so please read. Government intervention. Good to see this when you have the government intervening in your business. There are pros and cons to it. Also, I will tell you, please read. Spend some time reading all this stuff. Standards is another thing that if you talk to Hayati, she will tell you, if she's going for ISO 9001, we're talking about standards. So standards, I like that statement, standards are everywhere in everything. If you look at that slide, it tells you standards are everywhere in everything. So you have to have a benchmark. Somebody said something? You have to have a standard. Whether your company is sole proprietorship, whether it's limited liability partnership, whether it's Sendirian Berhad, have standards, because with standards come a lot of good inheritance. Okay, please maintain proper standards. It clearly states to you a document that provides requirements, specifications, guidelines, or characteristics used consistently to ensure an organizational purposes about their products. So standards are everywhere in everything. It clearly tells you what it is about. So please be mindful of what a standard is. If you can even work on this, because it will help you to actually get your company more organized and more structured. Okay, this is what corporate governance is about, better control. This is a sample of an SOP. All right. There's a reason why I've given this to you. So you can, this is just a sample. You can even Google and find tons of other ones out there. Or if you have already written an SOP before, you will know how to do it. So this is just an example for you. For standing instructions, standing orders, this is also something that we have. Like classification of workers, we have got blue collar, white collar. We have got managers, we have got senior managers, we have got execs, we've got admin execs, we have got clerical staff. We classify people differently. So under different classifications, people are different. They have different functions, their salaries are different, their remuneration package is different, their benefits are different, a lot of things. So this is a sample for you as well. Again, I'll tell you that is the reason why I'm giving you this. You will know in a short while. So for standing instructions, this is a standing order example for you. Okay, clarity is needed. Financial crime. I think all of us are familiar with this. Okay, look at it. Financial crime is actually taking place around the world, even as we speak at this moment also. There's tons of it going on. Cybercrime, fraud, okay, and bribery and corruption. There's tons of things happening. Please see what financial crime is about. Audit and advisory, we're looking at areas like forensic audit services, anti-money laundering services. We have got laws in this country that governs all this. So please be mindful. Advisory services, financial crime management, risk and compliance services. We have all these things. Even in Malaysia, we have all this, and still we have got other things happening. But again, I'll just tell you, it starts from us. We need to do things right. And if we're not easily swayed, we are better off in this sense. Okay. Whistleblowing. We have had some of this in this country as well, in our country, in Malaysia itself, where people have done whistleblowing for things which are, they've been identified as something that's wrong. It's something that shouldn't be happening, all right? And we have got whistleblowers who have been doing this as well. And this is necessary because if you want certain corrective measures to be done, okay, whistleblowing needs to happen. All of us cannot just keep quiet about everything. That's why even in the company, if you know that something isn't right, voice it out. Even if it's within your business partner and you, if you know that there's some practice which you cannot accept, kindly open your mouth, sit down for discussion and talk. Because even with two people, bribery can take place. Even with two people, corruption can take place. Okay, you're not exempted from it. It can happen to anyone. Even if you are running the company sole proprietorship, even you are not spared in terms of corruption. You can end up cheating your own company. Sounds funny, but that's the truth. Okay, it can happen. Now, of course, at the start of this session, I spoke to you a lot about customers also, having your customers in mind, because they are the reason why we actually do business. We all know this for a fact. No customer, no business. Today, we see a lot of companies gulung tikar because no customers. They've actually ceased to operate, no customers. So now dealing with complaints with customers is even more challenging. Okay, so be mindful. Some simple tips given to you here. Staying positive. It's not easy to stay positive when someone complains. It's not easy. Responding quickly. This is another thing. Even when you respond quickly, make sure that you're responding on a timely basis and you're giving the correct response, because even this can get you into trouble. Today, I mean, as a consumer, I can also tell you for a fact that if I'm in a situation, I want quick response. I guess all of you also want quick response. Okay, and we also look at the next one, offering personalized service. Yeah, because we care, so we walk the extra mile. Take ownership without blaming others or the organization. This is something so hard for people to do. People don't want to take ownership. They always want to blame other people. If you listen to a lot of people who complain, they complain about the organization, they complain about other people. I do coaching, I do counseling. So when I sit down and talk to people, I actually tell them, do you realize that the issue is not with the other person, the issue is actually with you. This blame game needs to stop. I mean, if you're not happy in an organization, find out why you're not happy in that organization and move on. If you are in a business partnership, with someone and you are unhappy, find out what's the reason. If things are not working out, then perhaps maybe you should also move on. Don't stay in something because you feel that you're trapped in it. It doesn't work that way. Following up, this is something that a lot of people don't do. When you as entrepreneurs within SMEs, I'll just tell you something. When you are dealing with complaints, if you say you're going to call the person up, please call the person up. Make sure you follow up. Don't have this habit of saying, I will call you, and you never call back. This doesn't work well, because once your company gets a certain kind of branding and people have already labeled you as such, don't expect anything otherwise to happen. Okay, please be mindful of these. These are simple things, but these are very important things, even though they're simple. Managing risk given to you also in this, right? 5 steps of risk management process is just a sample for you to look at. Tons of it on the net, and even you can read it in books. It's good to see what risk management is all about and how you're going to manage it also, because you can be a sole proprietor or even LLP or Sendirian Berhad. Risk is always there. How do you identify the risk and how do you manage it? And what are the processes involved? You have to sit and you have to analyze and you have to find out. The environment can be a risk. Today, the environment is a risk to us. People are telling us don't go out. The environment is a risk factor now. They ask us to stay home. So monitor, and we need to identify. A lot of stuff needs to go in. We need to find out. Okay. This slide talks to you about people, practices, solutions, the environment, and relationships. When you talk about corporate governance, this is key. This is really important. Nurturing, encouraging, and valuing the talents of a highly skilled workforce. Recognize people for what they are talented and what they are skilled in doing. As what Fatima was saying earlier when she was talking about colors and how the brain actually works for certain people who are deemed to do certain things, certain job functions, that is true. Okay, and it's good. I think if you all get exposed to a lot of other things and learn stuff as well. What kind of practices? Conducting all aspects of our business in an ethically sound manner. Be ethical in whatever, the slightest thing, the smallest thing that you do also, please be ethical. Solutions. Be a solutions provider. Don't be a problem. Don't cause problems. Be a solutions provider. Developing innovative quality products and services that are sustainable. Okay, look for solutions. Be solutions driven. This is what being an SME is also all about. Be solutions driven. SMEs play a very major role in this country today. So be solutions driven. The environment, you can't run from it. Producing, transporting, and installing our solutions in a manner that respects the environment. Yeah, don't forsake the environment. You realize when we had the first MCO, all of us stayed home. There was absolute silence outside. We saw rivers becoming clean. We saw birds that we had not seen before. So can you imagine how vital it is to preserve the environment? It's amazing. It's not only in Malaysia. Throughout the world, everyone saw what actually happened with the environment. Okay, so that's one part of it. And again, relationships. So useful. Building honest and enduring meaning long-lasting relationships with your customers, suppliers, and your communities. Okay, you have all this grounded, you have no issues actually at all. Okay, occupational safety and health. I'll just share something with you. Right, one of the key areas that we talk about when we talk about occupational safety and health. Do you know for a fact that one of the first things that you walk into an office is about occupational safety and health? It's not about anything else. If there are wires loosely running on the floor, I will tell you that you are not a good business person. If I come to your office and I notice that there are, ceiling slides that may just fall off, there's a lot of wires running on the floor, your plug points, there are issues with it, I will say that your company is very, very poorly managed. All right, because it's so important. This is what occupational safety and health is about. This is the first thing. Even in coaching and training, one of the first things that we actually look at, we tell participants, where is the fire exit in case of a fire? Can you imagine that? We actually tell people that. Where's the fire exit? So don't forsake in terms of safety and health, okay? Because it goes without. Okay, there's a lot of conversations. Okay. So make sure safety hazards, slippery floors. Hayati, again, I have to ask you because you are in manufacturing. Okay. So
Yeah.
I think you will also be one of the right people to speak about occupational safety and health.
Yep.
OSHA 1994.
Yes.
Okay, prime importance, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. Even today, we're even talking about safety and health. We're talking about the kind of chairs that we actually give people to sit on also.
Economic factor.
Yes, the ergonomic factor, whether it's actually feasible for them to sit on or not. Can you imagine we have gone to that level, which is so good, right? So safety and health, please don't forsake this. Yeah. Identifying the activities, determine hazards and opportunities, do risk assessments, control the measures, review effectiveness. The last one is always something that you must do all the time, every time. Continuous improvement. My question to you tomorrow will be, first thing tomorrow when we start our session tomorrow evening, my first question would be, what have you done for continuous improvement in your organization today? That will be my question to you tomorrow. Okay, randomly I'm going to ask, what have you done? So let's see what you come back and tell me tomorrow. So what have you done for continuous improvement? Right, so that's one part of it. And any questions? Beautiful people, any questions?
I want to ask a question, but it's not related to HSC or occupational safety.
Tanya je lah, no problem.
No problem, eh? Oh, I actually want to ask about, do you know how to get travel agent license?
Travel agent license.
I know how to get it, and I know that there's like they have procedure, but as far as I'm concerned, we need like 200K working capital. So, and then I also heard through the grapevines that actually a lot of people, a lot of companies, they don't even have that 200K. But yeah, I just want to know how do people do it? How do people do it?
Okay, I have got friends who run travel agencies. Can I ask and get back to you?
Sure. Thank you so much.
No problem. I'll write it down and I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you, Jude.
No worries. Anyone else? Any questions? Anything that you're doubtful about? Senyap je. Is this, when you all are senyap, I'm wondering whether is it good or bad?
Itu bab mengantuk already.
Alamak, okay.
Because you made us have interactions among ourselves, so we kind of like did some sort of sharing
Very good.
today, so it's actually good.
Yeah.
Okay, so before I move on to the assignment, I just want to ask you all, did you find today's session fruitful? Was it
Yes.
really? Yeah, okay.
Very
That's
much,
all.
very much.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all I need to know, because that's my takeaway. That's my takeaway, because I need to ensure that all of you guys are on track, you're alert, and you're paying attention to whatever that's happening. So as part of the requirement from SME, you have an assignment to do.
Oh.
All right. I'm going to post all this in the group later so you can look at it. This is the last slide. You need to write out a standard operating procedure. Okay, an SOP and a standing instruction for any department in your organization. So if you are a sole proprietor, you write about what SOPs you follow.
For myself,
Okay.
is it?
Yes. So even for sole proprietorship, what are the rules that you follow? Okay. What are the policies that you have? Of course, even as a sole proprietor, if you have an office and you're running it, you have to follow integrity. There must be governance. All this you cannot run from it. Okay. Even when you issue checks, for example, which we don't encourage these days because it's a cost factor. Do you have your vouchers? Do you have everything in place? Your bank statements? All these are, SOPs guidelines that you have to follow. All right. So this is an assignment for you to do. Can you guys do it?
When's the due date for it?
Soalan cepu. Can somebody said tomorrow can?
Oh, cannot.
Can.
Macam-macam ni. Tomorrow can, today, tomorrow cannot.
Tak boleh kerja.
What do you want?
Okay, I give you 1 week.
How do we submit this?
Is it
I'll give.
simple?
Okay, it's simple. I'll give you the email address. My email address. Okay, you do it up, and you email it to me, and you CC to Mr. Colin as well.
Oh.
Okay. Anything that you send to me, you must CC to Mr. Colin as well.
That means this, whatever we are submitting you will send it to SME, is it?
That I will all submit everything to Mr. Colin. He will know what he's supposed to do with it.
Oh.
Okay.
Dia buat assessment, give marks lah, dapat berapa markah.
This is to test and see. This is to test and see whether you all actually paid attention or not today.
No, is it something will affect our certificate or attendance?
Tak adalah. Tak ada kan.
Alamak, what is
Kenapa kau
this?
fail?
You are here to learn. We are
Okay.
here to network. We are here to study. So we learn from one another.
Kepentingan membaca awal usia.
Somebody said something. What is that?
You boleh post tentang emosi dan membaca. Dan juga you boleh post tentang
Okay.
Sir.
Yes.
Do you have any samples? Because I've never written SOP before, so I need a reference point to come up with my own.
Okay.
Google.
The slide.
You see
the
the slides.
Just now,
Wait,
you
I'm
have
gonna
a
share.
sample of the SOP, right?
Yes, there's a sample.
But it just standing instruction. Do you have it in the slide?
No, the standing instruction is simple. Standing instruction meaning if you write for a standing instruction for a clerk or even for an exec, what is the person supposed to do?
It's like JD lah.
Yeah, it's like a job description.
Oh.
So it depends on what you're writing on. If you're writing about a finance person, you write what is the task involved. That's a standing instruction. Kena ikut je lah. It's just one page only. One SOP, one SI. I give you 1 week to do. 1 week.
Esok lah.
Yang cakap esok ni besok tak hantar tu.
Berapa markah?
Allah, siap jadi.
Okay, no, I mean I give you the option. If you are done within a day, you send it off to me. But maximum I give you a one week.
Siap hantar lah.
Asnawi, okay.
Is SOP? Is workflow considered SOP? Because we have like workflow. Is that considered SOP?
Yes, of course. Yeah, you have a workflow because people have to follow step by step. It's called the standard operating procedure. Yeah. You're right.
It doesn't have to be all parts of the business, just one part. It's okay, right?
Any part. I just want to know whether you can write it or not. So for future, even
Pasal
if
SOP masa kerja lah ni.
yeah. So if kalau I identify kalau ada anything that needs to be corrected, at least I can share my input with you. Okay, this is how we learn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because all of you come from different industries. Mana lah I tahu.
Yeah.
As simple as how to place an
Sikit je
order,
lah.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Fatima. We needed that at 10:29 p.m. All right. So if you guys have no more questions and everything in order, I thank you so much for your cooperation for today. Right? Thanks for being such an amazing, extraordinary class. Right? I had a good time. I spent the last 4 hours or so with you guys and it was really good.
You made the class to be so, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I will bug your life tomorrow again.
Tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay.
A good rest, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colin. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, bye. Selamat malam.
Bye, sir.
Bye. Done.
Okay.
You can stop recording lah.
Oh yeah lah.
Afterwards, otherwise